Now, Emene massacre 3rd of August 2020, we didn't go to war. Obibo massacre from October 18 down 2020, Egagog. We launched ESN, send the Hanohia. Government ba Simon Yabuagina, Onyohi ESN. Ndị mmadụ na-emebere ya n'Imo abịa na ego signal our men no ụmụọma to turn our people against IPOB ka our people si na ihe awụrụ Biafra na ha achọzi ya but ọ na-adị unu ugbu a mgbe ị gbara ọsọ ka ọ ga-edoga anya ka ị ga-amacha onye ahụ ị na-eti anya ị ga-emecha chọwa ị ga-ahụ ya gọọmenti usefu but lekwa onye nke chọrọ isefu ga ebe o nwere onwe ya dewe. Now ask yourself, how do somebody that want Nnamdi Kanu to be out na ọ dị enye gị date but Biafra ga-abịa ọ director ga-enye gị date? Wait, you love Kanu. This is agawa anyị na-agazi na anụ ma bi weta Biafran ke Biafran nke Kanu na bi weta. The man lost good family. He ga emawu ka ya nwa apụta ka ihe na-enyere date na account to people only to draw hope ka divert their people because the agenda of the government is Nana Kanu power. How do you take power? Anaria power anyị mecha anyị release ọ ga-enwezi power. Divide ndị na-eso ozi ya ka na-enwe akpa obi ihe o nwewu structure akpa obi onweghị structure ahụ strength ya ọ ma na-enye ọda na ọ ga-adị. Now somebody abịa sị gị ga-egela anybody in DSS ntị ka ị nwee ike gewe ya nwa ntị. Somebody agwa gị na ya nwa spokesperson Biafra why na-enwetabe Biafra why na-emapụ afọ publicity secretary IPOB ịbịa na Biafra enwe market leaders ha nwekwe their spokesperson, enwe politicians ha nwe their spokesperson, enwe religious leaders ha nwe their spokesperson. How come if the wisest spokesperson dey Biafra gị nwa mekwuru nwe ga appoint enwego Biafra government iji enye appointment in the name of Biafra, then you are mocking the Biafra because ị na-agwa ndị ọcha na Biafra ị na-enwetabe na inwego appointment. You are trying to ridicule us. Did you understand? Why na ịma na abịa na Biafra agitation na enwe MASOB, enwe BIM, enwe BZDM, enwere EPC, Eastern People's Congress, enwe BNL, enwere BNG. Ndị a niile na-adọ Biafra. Biafra bụ ime akaụntụ ihe dọtara. Right? How? Ọwụ na ha chọrọ ịdọ nwere onwe na ha wee fit na ha na-adọ nwere onwe. Why iji eme Kanu attach? I was a Masobian. Kanu was onye Masob. Mgbe e kreatiri IPOB ewetara ha MASOB there. Why somebody iji chọọ ịtanish aha anyị ha sịghị na ha was autopilot? Do you know the meaning of autopilot? Plane without pilot. That is to say automatically you become a fool. You don't have leadership, you don't have channel. Ihe a chọrọ mgbe ahụ ka anyị join ya atụweni ha director atọla onwezi ndị ọ na-edu. Did you understand? So that is the issue. How do you come in the month of December? Director Anola Diaz Oziela Ozokombozi, Oziela Barrister Nnameke Jofozi, Zo Barrister Jofozi, Gwagi na ndị na-eme ihe na gọọmenti zụrụ ha azụ. Ma ya nwe merigo case ya. O merigo na UN. Ojukwu lọgụ 3 years UN etigo ọnụ. But such an IPOB hold international law for 1 year upon intimidation not here. UN eti ọnụ. But Ojukwu chọrọ ka eti ọnụ etigo ọnụ. But director maintain ya ha tiri ọnụ. Aga na court Nigeria na Ụmụahịa, State High Court Ụmụahịa, 19th of January 2022. Court rule that na Nnamdi Kanu agbaghị ọsọ na jump bail. No mere assassination attempt. O mere escape as military assassination attempt. O mere escape. And the government ga-compensate. Enyecha the ruling. Nigeria emego obe. Anya ga-appeal court. Megbuo ha edisaji aka anụ si na onwe onye kwesịrị ikpe ya ikpe na court ọbụla and onwe court ga-ekpe direct ikpe again. Ebe a onwezi ndị ga-ekpe ya ikpe. Then Nigeria disobey ye. Anya agakwa Federal High Court Ụmụahịa. Court decide asị gị return no back to Kenya. Now onye gwara gị that na ya mere enforce sit at home Monday for 1 year. Out of this result now, one the reflection. We both reflect na free Nnamdi Kanu. Now, he made an account ndị ka igburu egbu Monday for 1 year. If free begin ndị ka egara ime enforce it at home nọ na nka, hundreds of them. Nchọrọ ka IPOB free ha anya asị mbe ime onye anyere gị ọda gakwu ya. Let them send you a lawyer. Okay, nọ na nga, but IPOB nọ nga, we send lawyer. Then onye ahụ gwara gị ga member than force ịnọ na nga ọ jụsị ese gị o sendịkwanụ picture gị na net ka ahụgodu na-eji gị eji ọ jụkwa na-ese gị ọ jụghị ya bịakwasị gị ime ọzọ imeela akaụntụ nke ime rụrụ arụ 1 year Because the whole result to free Nnamdi Kanu from court, from the same IPOB leadership, according to the direction from Nnamdi Kanu. Only a criminal gang on a detention. Criminal gang here actually has adopted without him make omara. Only adopt freedom. He can make omara. You go with the freedom also. You can't take Kanu nega choto shaputa no way power. He choto shaputa. Ogaroshi. So he defeat to do anyhow with his name. Now you want to on a guy says you want to ridicule it. But to Sam, before him he had one director. You only have instruction. You was saying you want to do. Leadership of IPOB with a hero director on a table and he sent the director. All like you wait 2 weeks before you reply them. And a chair using because I had in charge. More reply, but they can't give order. So, oh, they say me, somebody not at the way they get on you to and that is to say they want to take power from him, right? Yeah, with the foundation now. About self-determination. Self-determination can you go do already. It's already self-defense. And self-defense. Self-defense. The director said ESN will do this for us. Now, how do we do it? Before we do it, we need to create the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Somalia, the scenario of Syria, in the northern part of the damnable Republic of the Zoo, not in Biafra land, sorry. If I create that noise, also no, northern part, not here. Did you understand? Now, here was again. They want to force us into premature war, but we are more intelligent than them. What we have to do is, we have to be patient and follow instruction. That's how they forced our fathers into war after Aburi Accord agreement. Okay, when I forced to into war. Now, self-defense has been a natural law. No matter that you defend yourself, but you cannot instigate a trouble against your whole family. You are that dodge. If you want to defend yourself, you gotta defend your own. Each is Rosh, you guys, her family against Rosh. Did you understand? Now, self-defense. Or when you launch the ESN, according to international law, it's an ESN township. ESN roll here, Naya Dageu. Do you know why? I get you make an ESN no help. I will walk. Director sent that no help. But how would I say one? I want an ESN on our communities. When I coordinate them with channel to ESN. Don't worry, I can equip self-defense. I'm separate. Self-determination. Decide that here got warrior referendum. Or your self-determination. Self-defense. Mado Biari Bugi, get defend your own way. Now, Nigerian army. Now sponsor Fulani to kill us. I launch ESN to defend our boundaries. Here the ESN will restoring Biafra 2020. Here no since we defense, but we are defending it international because since they care about with security in Kanye, no one involved in our politics. Only ESN, and they been send the how na boundaries. Boundary what that all here. Right? When I want to hear that now this township can Nigeria actually move at Ogwanya Johaga one here. And I had Japan no here because Hamana or gauge IPOB or less Maloreba before Judan. That's why the director let's send the army. So self-defense and self-determination all the and the self-defense I may apply. Now, is it when you come to your community, army available your community, or when you get the army? Which means army sent you. Because he cannot stand the army. And there's a saying now our man. That is confusion. How can in a burial somebody be an agego? Just saying now man. Why not ESM on that time? The man will have big. Simon help our ESN or IPOB or whoop the IPOB. Director say, gay and singing gay my gunti, my ego Yoruba. Listen to Omote Biafra. Listen to Ikenga Uruago. Listen to Ikem Patrick. How do about 20 directors again? I say again, or say take instruction from them. Now, director suspend them at radio Biafra. Memo, I would director again memo. onye ga-enye memo DOS and onye ga-assign ya HOD upon not director on your order. Now let us go to oath of IPOB. Again at the beginning of oath, that I, Mazi Madam Chinwachukwu, solemnly and voluntarily swear to be absolutely loyal to the leadership of the indigenous people of Biafra. I'm the kind of there first. Boy, but only before you oppose or DOS. Now the oath you take, you go to all radio. I got here, come on, and I'm the kind of director of Radio Biafra. Now, the actual madu, onega sign there, DOS. You like the key. Toto again, young general commander, the top man he gauge there at any time. Then the government will be there. Oh, Hebrew started, oh, Hebrew Abiola, and when structure. When they catch you, your friends will run away. Because of politics. When you run away, they will kill you. But this one is not friends. This is a structure. Now, government want to destroy it completely. Then in anything, a project, directors now infiltrator and moles. Government project have for years. After having cause of failure, 4 more tripod, 4 more iPod, 4 more radio international. Yeah, failure. Kuba now. How with Tezego, making sure that people buy an IPOB no go do already. How many years I plan to kidnap that? Uzbek kidnap with a hand strike here with allegation. Can do the allegation? He hated the leadership, then director knows alone. He hated higher happy and alone. And when he got off time, who join Nigeria with the structure, not individual. The structure, no one whole you get him, no one get him. And the case in Nigeria now, on a wine the Grambo, how is here Nigeria? Nigeria report one is here and here country by country. When we can a so Elaine has it or age.
Another thing to age
let me come address our people man no life. There will no more Chineke. Thank you. I remain the fellow IPOB evangelist Mazi Madam Chinwachukwu. I am broadcasting from Biafra land, right here from our homeland Radio Biafra. Here in Biafra land, I guess today is the 8th day of December 2022. Thank you. I am here with our people somewhere in Biafra land, unmentioned, as we continue to enlighten our people, to inform them of the things in our hand on how to restore Biafra that will be honorable before the eyes of God, not in a criminal manner. Thank you for joining us as we are interacting with our people here. Right? We don't get their faces. Thank you. Go ahead.
From the viewer and from the questions now gather from people to know.
Okay. Okay.
I seen Mazi, Simon, Nomer hijack, the fund, erase by Omadike. So when I juicy, go to Mazi Simon, she hijacked the fund of IPOB from our finance head. To counter the young man, but I see there is no how. Mazi Simon, Akaji dinner fund.
Lanya.
Thank you.
Lanya Magwagi. Fund IPOB teacher. Okay. Then raise the fund. Now IPOB. You tell me now. No, but I gaga will hang more business raise the ego. Hello, Tigard. I joined them at a Sinan in Yagia. One is a mother before give raise the fund. Meet you, no yaga sign there. So that I got there accountable to. Some people need anyhow Biafra. We never need anyhow Biafra. Anyhow Biafra is like Nigeria. Are you aware? Biafra and has rough man direct on it with one high chop. And I met Ibo. Government cannot send you to turn our people against us. Before IPOB and your other sit at home, how consult national coordinator? Are you aware? How matter condition of our people? Okay, it's an look at any other. And just I reply your leadership. Hasemba. Na haga happy. Na haga use another method. Okay, because Nanka get make them diani. Now Joe Wegi came and onye yana director na arụkọ Nnamdi Kanu lecture annual event. My annual event. Oto at 25 December ano. A wrote 25, a change it to 26. He want to get bombed. But Nnamdi Kanu made last year. Because not stored the Biafra 20 years. In my home, 30 May my Sunday. That and on Friday, signs on high gary, Nabali Saturday, now has Saturday, no Kusigo, no more going out. Yamecha, large back in Nabali Saturday, Yame broker, Semba. Okay, large in a Friday, yes. Saturday morning, call large. Mr. Broker, Sina, Nayage, Messiah Sunday, Nage shift there Monday. Reason that our people are too religious. So that people should go to church. How do our fallen heroes say, but one Diana was at home. Why in the Indigenization sit at home Sunday? Wagging offering them they can. But Hajib. Onye Jeboga call for sit at home. You will go to Abuja DSS rescue our leader, not putting our people on fire. IPOB choose court, they go to Abuja court. You want to choose Rebbe, go to DSS. That is how it is done. You don't threaten our people. This is Igbo people actually as a slave. How to go on a million war. These same people can actually frustrate the people we without referendum. How say go to hell with your referendum? There is something you do to an Igbo man, they will reject you. Imagine that now. Then I be frustrate our people. And a job behind about here.
For long, I lack information. I do Biafra. For long, then is it's not working.
On our road, that's it's not working. You guys see now.
Love FM.
I'm live. Don't worry, our people, man. Don't worry. Now,
that's all I need.
Here could radio Biafra. Oh, he get cool down. I'm sorry. Give you love FM. Give me a check. Give me a check with Magic FM. You can each check with you another one. Let us address Radio Biafra. They on 247. Come on now. I know log good believe. Imra the radio was strength. Usbej the director. Ajam radio Abia. Gaba right. Abiamezie on our covers everywhere on a kucha on a kunaba that on our cover everywhere. Radio Biafra the pano on it and only you for it and no IPOB community radio on where you can get you program the on. Working by games okay. I am right. I don't want. Nobody should expect completeness. Oh, an alweba Nigerian way his work. Okay, but when buying oil, I know the resources, right? I know cause I not sponsor one here. I not sponsor legal proceedings. I not sponsor everything. Go down at bang. So all talk was said. He gave me that now. He got a newspaper. He got on IPOB no sit at home. No say bouquet. And Nigeria they go weak. In my hand, when he humble him, the gay boogie can. I am a man, I know Beregaqua. He ain't now wagging out so that he gave blame director. No way, how I am Roger Malau. Yes, it's a woman there. Yeah, just the IPOB leadership. You quit a big lawyer, you quit a Cherecha, Haparisawunya, Yasimunya, and Wagagwa Zehu. You know, here, Native, a man and we are director here at DSS. You go down with you type of leadership, she may, Yaga, a jide. Yambana, Joe Wiggy, Kedote is secure 2 times visit our leader a week or this. Ambazo, am I better leader?
When 1 minute, you get your quote money in the Montecano, and I had to walk a cab.
Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name is Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 4th day of February 2023. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers, even your enemies, to this platform, this hallowed platform, where we preach the gospel of freedom, where we preach the gospel of emancipation, both mental and physical one. Therefore, do not deny anybody hearing this platform, hearing this message, this gospel. Today is Saturday, a day dedicated to discussions on religious affairs. We shall never shy away from what is facing us. Never. Because physical liberation starts with, can I say, genuine physical liberation starts from mental liberation, mental emancipation. That is what we are doing here. Because we cannot afford to restore another quagmire in Africa. Please. Therefore, before I go on, I will bring in Wada, please, to say hi to Biafrans. Introduce yourself now before we move on, because there is no time. Wada, please, over to you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mazi Jonathan, and how are you today? Good afternoon, my fellow Biafrans. My utmost respect and prayer to Mazi Ohamadike one of Biafra land. The same I see to the leadership from HDOS, Mazi Edoziem, to every one of them, then to all of us. Welcome to Radio Biafra. Welcome to our Saturday program, where we talk about culture, religion, way forward, who we were, who we must go back to, reclaiming who we were. We know we are great people, we have great potentials, but we must come to that point in life where we say, get what I call a aha moment. Realize that we are these great people who must look inward, figure out all those things that they have been attributed to us to be great people and pull them and then move forward to restore who we are. So without wasting much time, my name's Marian T. Hyder. I am from Umunoha. Umunoha is in Mbitoro local government. But today, I'll be speaking from the United States of America. Welcome to the radio program again. As we relax with everything that can make this program comfortable to us, our water, our drinks, our cookies, or corn, ube, whatever it is. Let us come with an open heart. Let us be objective. Let us know that we don't know it all, that we're here to learn from others. That's why it's called interactive radio broadcast. So, welcome. I yield back as one of the greatest teachers of the moment, of the season, Mazi Jonathan, with all due respect, will lead us to today's discussion. I'll yield back and listen with you all, and then come in when it's necessary to give my own input. Welcome to Radio Biafra. As I yield back, God bless you.
There one. Before we go straight to the topic of our submission today, which is under upholding our values, we shall discuss about the fundamentals to unity and peace. You know, Nigeria, national anthem ends with peace and unity. All those are fake illusion. We are going to talk about under upholding our values, fundamentals to unity and peace, please. Not the one you are meant to be singing on Nigeria, or pledge your Nigeria anthem, because all those things are just the same way they put who discovered River Niger and this Mongo Park. They are all the same thing. Here, we are here on an interactive session, so that when the lines will be opened, you can call us. You know, let me tell you, I love even opposing argument, for your information. But you know, what I don't like is monopoly, or just arguing for arguing's sake. You don't listen to me, I don't listen to you. The people are talking, you know, it doesn't make any sense. or imposition. I hate it. You know. So what I want, I always like is, because let me tell you, nobody has monopoly of knowledge. We are all learning. We learn from everything. Do you understand? We learn. I learn from everything. So once you have any opposing argument, it's welcome. You have to, clarify. When, for example, we ask you questions, be ready. Don't be annoyed. Be ready to defend it. You understand? You don't use maybe intimidation or ranting in order to disorganize any argument. What we are doing here is symbiosis, mutual beneficial. That is what our leader has established. I could remember our leader right from the beginning. Anytime he broadcasts, he will open the line so that people will call. And if you have opposing argument, you can bring out. Also suggestions you can bring out. You will learn from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu learn from all of us. That is the truth. That is the truth. So, this religious issue or religious discussions, to some people, it is a no-go area. They tried to stifle our leader from venturing into the side, but our leader said no. Because we are spiritual people. Spirituality is part and parcel of Biafrans. That is the truth. Even the Europeans, they discovered it. That is why it's just like our soul. That is why the Europeans tried to remove that natural thing we had as our spirituality and now put something else there, to program us. And it is working, for goodness sake. It is working for them, not for us. They tried. When you study the Christianization of Igbos, the motives, the overall plan, these people came to our land. They discovered that we are peculiar people. We are highly spiritual. They know that they say if they allow us to continue in this without interruption, that it will spell doom to their colonization and to what they want to achieve in our land. That is why they tried by hook and by crook, anyhow, hard method, soft method, in order to make sure that they thwart our natural spirituality and implant something that is strange, that is harming us today. So we cannot keep quiet. Therefore, before I go on, I will also make this statement that our leader in the DSS dungeon has been sick. There is something I want people to understand. When Mazi Chinasa Nworu, the DOS, came and through Mazi Chinasa Nworu, he explained in the wrong way the reality of what our leader, how our leader is suffering. Instead of people to promote it, people that should even promote it more than us, I want you just to think. We should be reasoning critically. Let me flash back 2015, when we didn't hear from our leader. The DSS that time said they are not going to bring our leader. They didn't bring him to court. In 2015, IPOB leadership that our leader, they have killed our leader, and the people who suffered everywhere. People all IPOB members, including the family, everybody came out and started talking, acting. That is true. That if they didn't kill our leader, let them show us proof of life. And the pressure was there. And in no distant time, as of 2015, they just brought out our leader. to the court and immediately transferred him to Kuje prison. That was the time everything was one voice. You see how things work. Today, the DOS came up on air, even wrote memo detailing our leader that has been poisoned, that he was dying, he's dying slowly. They want him to die. They are killing him slowly. I want people to think what I'm saying, to reason, please, because forget about the hatred of anybody. Forget about your hatred of any particular person. What should be the main thing for even the family or some members of Mazen Amdekano's family to do? Normally they should, if these people want our leader to come out, if these people want they should have thrown their weight immediately and say, yes, this is what is happening. But they came up and played down, polarized. Honestly, they came up immediately to polarize and talk down what the leadership of this struggle said. Now, I want you to think reason like a human being. What is their motive? What is if they really want Mazen Amdekano to come out, what should they have done? Is it not to immediately leave everything? Everybody will be just like 2015. But they play down, neutralize what they can neutralize, only to come out in few days and start saying, okay, in another way. What matters to them there is money. Mazen Amdekano say, don't put money, put money. That is what concerns them, what matters to them most, more than our leaders' health. I don't know. Sometimes I'm not using Dibo. No, is it what is corrupting our people's brain? I'm not talking of mind. Brain. So that people don't reason critically again. Sometimes I wonder, why can't you join join plus minus and get the result and no critical reasoning? I cannot understand, for the goodness of me. All that they care for is where money should be put and this and that, and no, Mazen Amdekano is okay in DSS custody more than any other place. And you wonder all those things tell you is pointing to one direction, that these people, they have done the deal. The deal was to sell our leader and hijack this struggle and sell it today. I put it on my post and sell it to the Nigerian politicians as they have been promising them, because they have been having meetings all round, all day long, every time, having meetings with politicians. No, don't worry, there is a way we are going to divert this thing so that we make it. These people, do they think that I want this generation that I want the and use us to do politics and we will stop Biafra. Oh, it's Biafra. Hey, our late general. Oh, no, this and that. Yeah, we that Biafra emotion. Do these people think that we are all stupid? These people, they don't know that we are all over the world doing the good, the bad, and the ugly everywhere in the world. They don't know. They think that we are just foolish. They don't. Mazen Amdekano now is the property of IPOB more than even the property of his family. Let me tell you. I'm saying it here on Radio Biafra. It is true. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Therefore, we will continue saying it as it is. It doesn't matter what happens. We shall continue saying it as it is, notwithstanding what happens. Therefore, our leader, Mazen Amdekano, must be released. People are taking it light, laughing that, oh, this and that. But let me tell you, Mazen Amdekano must be released. I'm not one of those people that are saying if something happened to him. No. I know nothing will happen to him. Some things have happened to him. Somebody that is sick and he is being drug abused. Somebody that is sick and he is not even allowed to see doctor. What again do you want? What again do you want? Let me tell you, we are here in this generation. You know, a time comes in somebody's life, you think about issues around you and become suicidal in getting what you want. Without being suicidal, I'm telling you, you cannot get it. That is what I've seen in this world. Therefore, let these people stop. All these people, let them stop tempting IPOB, because this thing will affect everybody. This thing will affect everybody. Look at what is happening in our land. Look at how when the leadership of this struggle last time, Mazi Chike Dosiem here on Radio Biafra, he counseled to our people. He told our people, look, considering where Nigeria is heading to, where the caliphate is steering Nigeria into, if you are doing business, when you sell out or make some profit, instead of saving it to the bank, please go and change it into a foreign currency and keep it cash. Avoid the Nigeria bank. People thought, many people, sometimes I say, we then learn, we then listen. People thought that, this is IPOB propaganda. Today, what is happening? Do you know that in the north, they don't have any problem of cash? Do you know that? Do you know that? No, maybe you don't know. In the south, what is happening? In the south, they are stifling everybody of fund. Do you understand? They are stifling, reducing. No fund. I played the clip of one comedian. These are the people that laugh with everything. They make comedy with everything. I just play his clip. They are stifling a fund in the southern part of Nigeria. But will they learn? Will they understand? The answer is no, they won't. I played the clip of this comedian that is crying because he touched him. They laugh with he said, look, I am not one of the people that can come to say Nigeria do this, Nigeria do that. No, they love Nigeria with all their might. But now Nigeria Nigeria have reached him. Before he was enjoying, but Nigeria has happened to him a little bit. It touched him. One thing I see evil with Nigerians is this: they don't act, they don't talk, they don't act when it's happening to others until it touches them. Even I saw that idiot Joe Ibukwe lamenting that when people was talking it, we are talking it about lack of money, lack of cash, that he didn't believe them until he saw it by himself. Do you see how evil these people are? Do you see it? That's why you need one tragedy, common tragedy, in order to wake our people up. Tragedy that we touch both, is touching everybody now. Both Dick and Harry. The Jews of Europe, they have been suffering from sectional genocide, sectional slaughter. But we didn't galvanize them. They were managing themselves. After all, some of them are doing well. When they talk about Zionism, those that are in government, those that are, king's apothecary or medicine, doctors, They will say, no, why these miscreants? Let them not even bring problem to us. But when it happened to all of them, the whole Jews of Europe, even and beyond, during the Second World War, that was the hammer that broke the camel's bone. That time he touched no more. Once it doesn't matter whether you are a governor, you're a politician, you're a professional, you're a doctor, you are a scientist. As a Jew, you are referred to relegated to simply carrying the Star of David. As a Jew, you don't. That is what you are. So all of them now know, before they could rise up as a people, something highly tragic happened to all of them. They were slaughtered. Jewish Holocaust. And after the war, they became suicidal. That they were no more calling the Zionist young people as miscreants. All of them, both professional, those that survived the Holocaust, all of them said, nah, this is now or never, because it touched all of them. So this is exactly what is happening in our land. Until it touches them one by one person, they will not react. This one said, no, I'm not the kind of person that talks against Nigeria. But it happens to him. Now 50,000 naira they remove, but you are hard-earned money. They are still in broad daylight, stealing your money. I saw, even I tried to find it to play it, the crying of a man naked in a bag. Naked, stark naked. The father of somebody, brother of somebody, crying like a baby in Nigeria. And I say this is the beginning of the sorrows. When you are reading the Bible, you don't even understand. You don't understand it. And you know, the worst is that go to the north, they arrange everything to the extent terrorists is bragging, showing in video, he have a new naira in quantity, quantum. Who gave it to him? They don't ask this. They don't ask. Nobody ask. Instead, they are trying to stigmatize MFL. That is the Fulani for you. They must have they will rest with Igbo man. How with Igbo man? When it comes to this, they don't care whether Igbo man now is from south or southeast or north or south. They must have an scapegoat, and the Igbo man is a perfect scapegoat, so that people will start talking about it and forget about what is happening to them. That is a very big tactics. They are charging MFL with a sponsoring IPOB. Look at. These people, we need to get out of this place. Otherwise, these people want us destroyed. They want every Igbo man, every Biafran to continue swearing to God, proving to all of them, to Allah, to anything that they can, that he is not he's a pure Nigerian, he's a tribalized Nigerian. This is a psychological warfare on every Igbo man, let me tell you. They continue pushing you so that your job is to deny. Continue defending yourself by slaughtering, by going against your people, because they will ask you, if you are not sponsoring, now show us. As they did to we can deny his identity. That is how sad it is in Nigeria. That is how sad it is. Our people don't understand politics. They don't understand it. How many people that we are mentioned by those arrested Nigerians, Alhajis arrested in Dubai, that are serving jail today for supporting terrorism, Boko Haram in Nigeria. They are serving jail terms in Dubai, but in Nigeria they are free people, they are policy makers. Pantami is one of them, but he is enjoying as a minister in Nigeria, Minister of Communication or Digital Communication or something like that. People don't ask questions. People don't react. Well, all they want to hear is anything hatred against Igbos. Now that hatred against Igbo, you know, I've been saying it. The Fulani have been using it as a blind spot. A blind spot where you cannot see. If you're driving, you cannot see the car that is coming. Even in your rear mirror, you cannot see it, but it's there. Unless you turn your eye to see it. So the hatred of the Igbos in Nigeria, it has been a weapon, a blind spot with which the Fulani, they are destroying, conquering everybody. Now, MFLA issue will be what will be discussed everywhere. They say they hire lawyers, but people cannot ask them, or people cannot rise up and say, look, where are those that are sponsoring Boko Haram that have been mentioned? Even to the extent, military intelligence officer came on air against the ethics of what he swore in for, because he's supposed to be a shadow, but he came up on air on Chinese television and start talking about these people, that Nigeria DSS police, all of the military intelligence, they know them. These people that are sponsoring, the complete sponsors of Boko Haram and Fulani headsmen, bandits, ISIS, that they know them, they are there. Now that they have graduated, they are inside the Ancestral. They are in Senate houses. Senate House. They are in governors' offices in Nigeria today. But once they mention Igbo man, Igbo man is supporting his IPOB. Hey, he's ESN. Now everybody will go down and be accepting the pains the Fulani are inflicting to him with silence. What consoles them is the hatred of an Igbo man. As long as no, don't make noise, don't worry, let us bear, no cash, no problem. They say MFLA is sponsoring IPOB, so why should we care about no cash? Let us first of all kill the Igbos first. That is what the Fulanis have been doing. That is the trick they have been playing. Do you understand? I say Nigerians are dead bodies. Do you know that if Nigerians are real human beings, this is the time for direct revolution? Do you know that? But will they do it? Even in many parts of the world today, there are protests about high cost of living, rising cost of living. In France, in England, even in many other parts. But Nigerians, everybody is taking it with dying in silence. If you talk to them, they say, now wow, the cost of this now Igbo people, they say Igbo MFLA is sponsoring IPOB. So anyway, let us see the outcome of his judgment before we can do it, because these Igbo people, they want to dominate everybody. That becomes anesthesia given to them by the Fulani. It's very, very sad. Very, very sad. The hatred of Igbos will destroy Nigeria completely. And it's what is destroying every indigenous community in Nigeria. I've been saying this. That is the reality. Therefore, we must continue. I will not go into reading some news headlines, but know ye that, because there is no much time, but know ye that we will never keep quiet and continue following sheepishly those that and you believe them, because they use one thing to blind you. I am Mazin, I'm the Kano friend. I am his cousin. I am his brother. I am no. Mazin, I'm the Kano is for IPOB. Do you understand? Nothing more. If you do, Okunaga wam or zamzam. Anya nele wam na hokwaya. We are watching. But we will not keep quiet. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, our leader, the leader of the worldwide, the global movement of indigenous people of Biafra. Even the court has ordered that giving a verdict that he should be allowed to see his doctor. But we know that the Fulani Caliphate, he doesn't obey court order. That is rubbish. Anything about court, even personally, I don't believe in Nigeria. Nothing. They are talking about people that are DSS is going again pursuing shadow on Emefiele. What about Hope Uzodinma? Koro. I will play the clip another day. Many of you have seen it. We will go change it. They tried to kill him. In doing that, they killed many other people and destroyed the house. Killed one of his uncles. Everything is clear, but DSS they are not doing anything about it, because in Nigeria there are some people that need to die, others that are supporting the caliphate in order to kill everybody. They are the masters. They're supposed to leave. Do you see the Nigeria you are seeing, where there is no more law and it's complete breakdown of law and order? Complete. I saw the video of some protests, violent protests in Ibadan, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, and it's I think some part of Lagos State. And I say, why is it only other parts? Every other southern Nigeria should rise up. I'm telling you, because no other race, no other people in this world can endure what you are enduring as a people. No. That is why when I look, I call everybody, I call Nigerians dead body. Nothing more. No other race can endure what you are enduring. No fuel, no cash, no in the south, but in the north, all these things are not happening. They are living very well, and they are talking about one Nigeria, so that they want you to migrate to the north. Do you see it? Stop being blinded by the hatred of Igbos. I'm talking to now every Nigerian, every non-Fulani Nigerian. That is who I'm talking to. We must continue. Well, I don't know whether you have anything to say. Please, you do it so that we go direct to the topic of our submission. Well, please go on.
Yeah, Mazi, yeah. Something to say adding to what you just talked about. Because which is illusion. I'm going to go back to it again because I'm glad you touched on it. It's one of the things I prepared. So I'm going to add to what you just add to all that you have said. Now, I'm going to start by saying what is an illusion. We must understand that, and then we can see how can it factor to politics, how when you use in political arena, how it can be used, which is what is happening. Because once you have an understanding of something, then it makes perfect sense. So let me say one or two things I put down. What is an illusion? According to what I put, I said, let me see where I put it. Illusion. Hold on. Illusion is, however, no, what did I do now? Very famous. Illusion is really the way I started. Let us compare what is going on now with the central bank governor and Gumi. An illusion is a distortion of the sense, that is our senses, which can reveal how the mind normally organizes and interprets sensory stimulations. Although illusions distort the human perception of reality, they are generally shared by most people. So what am I saying here? The word, when we use the word illusion, the person that is giving you or coming from that perspective, what they want to do, just like you rightly said, Mazi, is to keep your mind, your brain focused on a tiny little aspect which may be the truth, may, underline the word may, but they channel your attention there. Meanwhile, the rest of the statement or the argument they made is false. It's called fallacy. Illusion and fallacy are almost the same thing. So the whole objective is to trick you, give you a little bit of truth. Your attention is focused on the truth, while every other thing they're saying to you or they're telling you is a lie. Let me give you an example. It said, ever trick into watching an object or a picture and suddenly noting that the perception of the object is changed. Well, that is what an illusion is. It is simply the process of misleading our brains while messing up with the perspective of object. So that's the whole thing. Bringing it to what is happening now. Gumi, who has come out, supported the Fulani haters. He's not a hidden information on social media. He has gone to where they were. He knows where they were. He knows where they are. He has negotiated for them. He has taken pictures with them. Where we see these heavily armed terrorists with him, nobody has tagged him a terrorist. Nobody has tagged him a terrorist sponsor. Even before they were so proscribed by Nigerian government. When that petition was in the law court of Nigeria, that same Gumi, Sheikh Gumi, came out and said, if you tag them terrorists, they are going to be more brutal. I'm paraphrasing. The argument you ask yourself, how did he know the mind of these terrorists? How did he know the mind of the Fulani headers if he was not interacting with them or possibly advising them? You cannot assess my mind unless I speak to you. It's only when I open my mouth and have conversation with you, then you can begin to assess what I have in my mind. So for somebody like Sheikh Gumi to come and make that bold statement on a public domain, in fact, it was one of the Nigerian network. And as he rightly predicted, do I call it prediction? Let me call it prediction because he proposed that. When he proposed that, what happened? Immediately they were prescribed terrorists. There was a train attack which has suspended the Nigerian rail system functioning from the north. So, was that a prediction or was it preempting what they had already discussed? We're going to make it more brutal. We could see, if we pay attention, that after that statement he made, the Fulani headers will have been on rampage. It's like that, like, we got to make sure that we match out what our master said. But nobody is talking about it. Even the television, the TV house or whatever the program that where he made that famous announcement or challenge, they did not even query him. They did not bring him to ask him the right questions. How did you get to know this information? Or even bring him back to say, you know, what you proposed or you predicted happened. How did you get this information? Nobody is talking about it. Now let's move forward to where we are today. Now the so-called new Naira note is out. The population that's supposed to be the citizens, the law-abiding citizens of Nigeria, cannot get hold of this money. Meanwhile, they were asked to put all their old notes into the banking system. They are not able to withdraw even a dime. Just like what we saw a man who almost ran amok. I mean, for a human being, a grown man with family, to go butt naked, knowing very well that he was being used, he was being taken. He didn't care. He said, shoot me. That is the lowest of the lowest any human being can. That man was suicidal. Has anybody talked about it? No. Has anybody, any media in Nigeria carried about this psychiatric? This man was a total meltdown, psychiatrical meltdown. That was what happened to that man. But again, it's discounted. I remember when we talk about Arab Spring, which changed the Arab war. It was only caused, what caused Arab Spring was an orange seller that was frustrated with what was going on in Tunisia, and he bought himself alive. That was the beginning of Arab Spring, and it changed the whole political dynamics of Arab war. But a man who got butt naked, knowing very well that his behavior, whether he was conscious or had lost it completely, but he knew that he was naked and he was being videoed. He didn't care. In fact, he wouldn't call it, kill me, I'm tired, it is finished. Nobody in that bank supported him. Even as we are speaking here, even the so-called fellow citizens that are going through the same thing that man was feeling, they are quiet because it has not affected them. So what am I saying here? Nobody is saying anything. How did the Fulani, the headers, how did all these terrorists get hold of the new dollar, the new naira note, but the so-called law-abiding citizens cannot access it? Who gave it to them? How did they get it? They got it from banks, right? Has anybody asked, was that Gumi that did it? Has anybody cared to investigate? How did they get the money they were showcasing on social media? No. Now we're talking about illusion. Now finally somebody like Joey Bokwe, who are the hardcore one Nigeria, came out saying that when he first had the news that people were not accessing their phones, that he thought it was a lie. Why would he not think it was a lie? Because it has never affected him. These are the people that get whatever they wanted. Doesn't matter how many people that are dying, because no Nigerian life matters. None of their life matters. And until Nigerians understand that when it comes to the politicians in Nigeria, their lives do not matter, the common man. Until they get there where they can say, our lives do matter, then they can do something for their life to matter. As long as they continue to believe in how somebody has described them, how somebody has viewed them, that their lives do not matter, it will continue. So now Joey Bokwe, according to the post he sent out on the social media, when I had the experience himself, these are the one Nigerians, these are the people his party is leading, a ruling party. Does he have a solution to it? No. He began to create, point accusing finger. It's sabotage. It got to be sabotage. The central bank. Now, what happened next? We are coming to illusion. Because remember the definition. It's trying to focus your eye on a tiny little dot, while the whole argument or the whole thing you're viewing are blood or lies. Because that's what the gamer, the master dribbler wants you to do, to confuse you. So now, the central bank governor, being that he has, even though they all deny not to be Biafrans, he's an Igbo man. By his name, at least by his name, he's an Igbo man. So who's going to be the sacrificial lamb? The Igbo man. So now the problem is the central bank manager. The central bank manager now, not only is he being accused, now he's a sponsor of who? The hanging fruit everybody can reach. IPOB. We are the hanging fruits. Everything that happens, anything that happens, it has to be IPOB. So now, how do you wolf him into IPOB so that our name can be brought into the main media of craziness? He's the sponsor of IPOB. Do you have any evidence? No. Do you have anything that looks like an evidence? No. Has this man secretly, even in public domain, said anything that looks like he has any interest in what we're doing? The answer is no. Has this man in any way, even as our Hamadike has been in detention illegally, at least since October last year, has he made any statement, even body language, to show that he has interest in either what we're doing or the illegal detention of our Hamadike one? The answer is no. But a human being who has publicly defended time without number terrorists in the name of Boko Haram, in the name of ISWAP, in the name of Fulani headers, in the person of Gumi Sheikh Gumi, nobody has accused him of sponsoring any terrorist organization. That delusion. That is delusion. That is distraction. And until our people understand that, I'm going to stop here until we get into the main subject, because there's another illusion, another distraction that is going on, another fallacy that brewing up. Our people continue to focus on the tiny little dot while we are being surrounded and being, occupied by our enemies. We must wake up and begin to smell the coffee. I'm going to use here until we get to the
woman as usual. You said it all, honestly. What they want to channel the mindset of Nigerians is into illusion, as you just rightly said. Oh, do you know the cause of your problem? He's the central bank manager. That manager, that big governor, is him. He carry the whole money and they give to IPOB. That's why you are having problem. You don't have money in ATM machines. That's why bank doesn't give you money. That is what their target. And Nigerians, being people that hate the Igbos, hate Biafra, anything Biafra, they will buy it. And now the illusion will stand. It will become now the discussion of everybody, everyday discussion. No, I don't know. What is happening? He said, "Na IPOB because people, Eban Ezrike, just water. We are any dirty thing you wash and throw inside it, and it's stuck. Nothing will happen because you cannot go and carry acid and start washing your hand. No." You will dissolve your hand immediately. But water now, they see Igbo people, IPOB, Biafra as water. So anything will stick. No problem. As long as, is Igbo, I beg. So the thing will douse the tension and bring more hatred and everything channel to IPOB. That is what they are doing. That is what they are doing. But do you have people that openly support terrorists, bandits? Have you forgotten that even these bandits, they are Fulani terrorists? Because even Shegumi said it. He said all the bandits, they are all Fulani. Yes, they accept it. These are Fulani headsmen, Mietiala, that changed their name because of how the thing is ringing in the ears of everybody all over the world. They have to coin a name in order to deceive people. Have you had many people or somebody openly supporting the bandits? The answer is yes. Now, why is he not supporting? Is he not charged with supporting terrorists? Because that one, it cannot. Is acid. You cannot wash your hand in acidic acid. Like hydrochloric drugs or hydrochloric acid. You cannot. But water, bring water. His IPOB is Igbo. So that everybody now will keep quiet, take their suffering with serenity. That is what they are doing. Do you understand? So that you continue discussing on non-issue. Non-issue. That's it. So, as I said, the topic of our submission continues: upholding our values, fundamentals to unity and peace. That is what we are going to talk about. When you sing a Nigerian national anthem, you end it with peace and unity. That is rubbish. It's just a fake propaganda illusion. There is no peace and unity. Now, without unity and peace, it is very difficult for a country or nation to develop and advance. That is one thing we know. Is universal. You cannot ever deny it. Without unity and peace, it is very difficult for a country or a nation to develop and advance. We can only achieve real peace and unity through upholding our values. Please, lend me your ears. If it's in Shakespeare or Shakespearean language, lend me your ears, please. What we are seeing today in Nigeria as Fulani terrorism is their fight to impose their own Fulani values on everyone so that we can live in peace in their own terms. I want people to be catching what I'm saying one by one. The insecurity, Fulani terrorism, the headsmen attack in our farms, the ISWAP, the Boko Haram, the bandits, so-called bandits that are on the rampage everywhere in Nigeria. What they are fighting, you are calling terrorism today, is the Fulani fight to impose their own values on everyone, every indigenous people in Nigeria, so that we can live in peace in their own terms. Do you understand me? Do you know that this thing was done by the Europeans? I want you to be please, the religion you are defending today, the Christianity you are defending today, sometimes I don't know whether I'm expressing myself very well so that people will understand me. I cannot know about how I will say it. What we are seeing today as a bandits attack, Fulani terrorists, terrorism, headsmen, you go to farm, you cannot, people become slaughtered, villages rampaged. It is example exactly what the Europeans did to us, to our people. But because you are not alive that time, I was not born that time, you were not born that time, you didn't know. That was the reason. That is the way they imposed this Christianity. You are upholding and defending with your life. Do you understand me? Let me tell you, if this Fulani madness, Fulanization goes successfully, of which you never, I'm just giving an example, please. In the next 150 years coming, you will see Igbo sons and daughters carrying Quran, defending the Fulani as the people that opened their eyes, brought them God in Islam. I don't know whether people are listening to me. I don't know. I don't know, because I used to doubt. What is happening today? Why you are groaning? I am groaning. Because we are seeing it. I want you to flash back. During the time of our great ancestors, Ekumeko, what made them to resist for 31 good years, fighting from place to place, dying, perishing, because they don't want it, just like what the Fulanis are doing today. Our people that time, we are under Christianization. Don't you know that? Today you will see a PhD holder coming to defend what we are being imposed on, using force of violence, any type of intimidation, both soft one. When I mean soft ones, let me tell you, giving privileges as they are doing today. If as an Igbo man that you convert, we could remember during the time of Okorocha, there were, I think, some 2 Igbo youth couples that openly converted to Islam. Okorocha gave them 5 million. Ojo Zokalo gave them money. Sultan of Sokoto, all of them, they gave them money. And I know that today, if they are still there, they will give them nice posts. That is a soft way. So that other friends, other relatives will say, oh boy, ask them now, in a month from now, he say, change to Islam and you'll be enjoying what I'm enjoying. That is part of the war. It's a warfare, it's a war. Do you understand me? That is, it's a war, it's part of the war. But a soft method of doing it. So that, as an Igbo Muslim, they encourage you. You take loan from Islamic bank. You even take over, no problem. You'll be doing your business. Connections will be coming from everywhere, from Alhaji, from, promoting you, so that other of your brothers and friends will be asking you, now, how are you now? You tell them now, the person we said now is Allah. Is now no more Chukwu, is Allah that is doing it. So if you want to be like me, it's very simple. Just say the shahada, and I will bring a imam to change you, scrap your hair, shave you, and you become a Muslim. Finish. You'll be praying 5 times a day. That's it. Oh, that is very simple. This is the soft method, of which we know the hard method is violence, which is ongoing. And why I'm painting this picture, for you to understand what our ancestors you are demonizing, what they suffered. I bet you in the next 200 years or 150 years, if what Fulanis are doing, they Fulanize everybody through Islamization, our people that time will be shouting praises of the Fulani as the people of God, people that show them the word of Allah, and the people will be dying to defend the word of Allah, that is Quran. Anything that they will be doing, say Quran, say exactly what we are doing today. Let me tell you. So I want you to understand this picture. That is exactly what is happening. You understand me? Therefore, we must move on. Now, as I said, what we are seeing today in Nigeria as Fulani terrorism is just their fight to impose their values on everybody so that we can live in peace in their own terms. Advanced countries, nations, and kingdoms of today fought very, very hard to retain and institutionalize their traditional values, which is the main ingredient to peace and unity. Any advanced country you are seeing today, be it South Korea, be it Singapore, be it Japan, be it European countries or America, they fought very hard to retain and institutionalize their traditional values, because that is the main ingredient to peace and unity. You can never have peace, neither unity, while retaining foreign values, using it to run a country, your country, or making it as a fundamental ingredient to your country. You can never have peace, because you have cultural you have influence, cultural foreign influence. You have it. Before you know, they say no, it's not like that. Christians do it. No, it's not like that. Remember, you're a Christian. You pay allegiance. You understand? But when you develop your own system, your own way of life, nobody knows it more than yourself. When you hear kind of preach here, when you hear thunder and brimstone. No, what people are misunderstanding, that value that was stifled, that our natural values, is our value, is part of our values. Onyaga na one day ako ogele na nobodo onye na gbapụta like one man. That is our value. It's no more like today, whereby onye krogele check ma onye CMS na onye CMS na ndia self or ndi otu anyị. Onye evangelical, onye Pentecostal na pastor has it, or pastor first, whether he will be allowed to go and mingle with his brother unbelievers. And the pastor will say, no, you don't know that you are a Jew, so don't go and don't mingle yourself, avoid sin. So they broke us into pieces. That is what we are suffering today. Any person that is telling you that all these things are not affecting us, tell the person you are a liar. Maze, please, you are a liar. This is what are affecting our life. Broke us into pieces. Not only where the heavenly race is a single. But in our own value, it is collectivity. Onyaga na one neya. Onurube one na one also. That is what we brought back into IPOP. Can't you understand it? What else? How else do you want us to say it? How else? We continue. Going back to upholding our values is also a form of going back to a cultural independence. Cultural independence. When you are not independent culturally, I'm telling you honestly, you can never succeed. You can never advance as a country, because you have some part of you in East, Middle East, some other part in West, in Europe, or some other part in far West, some Far East. So before you do anything concerning yourself, you have to ask a question. They have to give you permission. No. This is don't do that. Oh, it's not. It's against our religion, and you will cow down that policy, that nice policy. You will cow down and say, no, you are not going to do it. Now, we will never be united under the European Christianity. Do you know why? I'm coming, please. Because even the European Christianity is never unified. Do you understand me? You know why I call it European Christianity? Because I have established the other day that what people have been saying about Christianity, that Christianity originated in Israel. No. Being called a Christian, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make it a separate religion. It is Roman Empire that removed Christianity and made it a separate religion. I want people, when line open, you can call and argue and dispute me, please. Argue and bring your facts. Because people say, no, it is a teaching of Christ. No. I say no. They, just like what Wanda said before, they use little things, little truths, historical truths, just little. Now, in order to endorse their own propaganda and ideology. That is all, just simply what happened. Let me tell you, do you have Lutherans today? What is Lutheran? Followers of Luther, the person that started the Protestantism in 1517. Is Lutheran another religion? Is it not under Christianity? I'm just giving you an example. So if they say Christians that time in Antioch, does it mean that they call them a separate religion? The answer is no, for goodness sake. I want somebody to call me and let us have an intellectual, civilized argument on this. I want somebody to do that. Don't be ashamed. There is no insult, nothing. We argue it, please, and people will listen. So when you talk about Calvinists, John Calvin, you stay part of Christianity. Calling Christians, followers of Christ doesn't mean that it's a separate religion. It is the Europeans, the Roman Empire, that removed the Christianity and do their brakata bradia, and they become a Christian, and they call it a separate religion. And they brought it to you. Do you understand me? So Christianity started in Europe. I'm telling you, it started in Europe by the Roman Empire. Christians that was called as a name followers of Christ. Christians, they were originally, it is revived Judaism. I've said it the last time. Revived Judaism. Somebody, that came and started preaching about the neglect or against the neglect of Judaism, the laws. But Roman Empire felt threatened with this Jewish religion that is reviving something they thought that they have put on hold. Introduce their own system of Pharisees, paying them, putting them in charge of the people. making a show of it, how to pray. You know, they thought that okay, you know, they were holding the Judaism at bay until one person rose up. Christ, they called the Christ Messiah. He started preaching, lamenting, and started flogging just the same way Mazi Nnamdi Kanu rose up. Started saying, no, this is not the way. The Judaism is not like this. Our religion is not like this. It is like this. It is like this. People need to rise up. Those people, the Pharisees, and they are all compromised. So we need to go back to our root, the way of our ancestors. The Roman Empire, the Romans, they felt threatened. They felt threatened. They used violence to quell the ideology. They revived the Judaism called Christianity. That time, it was part of Judaism. I cannot say part of. It is a revived Judaism. It was a revived Judaism. But the Roman Empire, the Romans, they saw that this thing, if they don't take time, this thing is going to rise people up. And the people will rise up in a revolution and fought to liberate themselves. Now they use violence, it didn't work. They enter into another system, subtle way, in order to they now hijack that particular teaching, use it by themselves, turn themselves and say, okay, now we are all Christians, okay, all Romans are Christians. Any other person is unbeliever, is a Gentile, okay? So now they manipulated, take that pearl, that precious stone, the teaching of Judaism. They corrupted it, put their own myths, carry some elements of truth they saw in the scripture. In the Jewish scripture, they mix it up, they carry some things, put it there. Now they corrupted everything. Now they say, okay, this is a separate religion. I want people to understand what I'm saying, please. Okay. Now, let me come again. We will never be united under the European Christianity. It's impossible, because even the European Christianity is never unified. In as much as Christianity was started by the Roman Empire in order to disassociate Europeans from their presumed danger of rebellious Judaism, different European countries imbibed in their own indigenized version of Christianity that is convenient to them. Do you know that the Roman Empire forced many the Europeans into Christianity, which they know that it is their tradition. They just label it, change it name, just to say Christianity, finish. You know, I gave example the other day. I said, look, as we are dying to restore Biafra, we are fighting to restore Biafra by all means. Now, if the caliphate see that, look, if we don't take time, this thing will really disintegrate Nigeria and even cause other people to rebel against the caliphate, the Sokoto caliphate. If they say, okay, let us take another move, the Roman way, and say, today we are going to change Nigeria name to Republic of Biafra. No more Nigeria. Nigeria is no more into existence. No more Nigeria. All of us are now Biafra. Are you going to accept that we have gotten Biafra? I want you to, as you are hearing my voice, just think this deep. Are you going to accept it that you have gotten Biafra? The answer is no. Only the name. They just use the name, plagiarize it into what has been there, the status quo. That is what the Romans did. They used the version, they revived Judaism, which was named Christianity, the followers of Christ. The same way they called the Protestants in 16th century, the early Protestants. Many of them, they call them Lutherans, people that were following Luther's teachings. Martin Luther's teachings. Doesn't mean that the Lutheran is a separate religion. But Romans, they did it. And now they say, okay, even the thing confused everybody. They say, oh boy, how is it, even the Romans, they say, oh boy, how is it that people that are fighting against this, we are fighting against this Judaism. Now they say, now we are all Christians now. What does it mean? They were explained. I mean, they explained to them, say, no, it doesn't mean that you are going to change anything. No. The only thing is that Apollos, I mean, that Jupiter, the god of the Romans, that Jupiter you are molding, now turn it, it's no more Jupiter, just name it Jesus. Zeus, name it Jesus. Mold it, don't worry, put it the shrine, just turn it, become a church. That's it. You don't change anything, only the name. Do you understand me? That is what happened, and that is the origin of Christianity today. You are seeing, you are holding and defending. That is it. Now, Anglican Church, that is Church of England. Okay, let me start again by saying that, you know, this as I said it before, Protestantism began in Wittenberg, Germany, on October 31st, 1517, when Martin Luther, a teacher and a monk, published a document he called the Disputation on the Power of Indulgences. This dispute spread to different countries, challenging the authority of the Roman Catholic Church, as they saw the Roman Universal Church as a monopoly and a form of imposition of Roman cultures and traditions. It was started by Martin Luther. It's not the Martin Luther King Jr. Of America, please. This one, the person that started questioning the papacy. That is why they were called Protestants. Do you understand? It started in Germany in 1517. Because they saw that, look, if they don't do anything, they are that Romans, they were using, they now try to use this religion, this Christianity, as a weapon to just impose on them the cultures of Rome. They ask questions, they say, no, it cannot happen. It cannot happen. Anglican Church, that is Church of England. Presbyterian Church of Scotland by John Knox. Calvinist Church of France and Switzerland, and others rose up and challenged the Roman Catholic Church teachings, which they saw as the imposition of the Roman culture to everyone, using the church as a tool. Are you listening to me? This led to confusions and persecutions of the adherents of these reformations, known in France as the Huguenots. We have talked about these Huguenots several times. Our leader spoke about them. These Huguenots were Protestants from Catholic Church. So they were targeted and persecuted, slaughtered. For you to understand the divisions among the Christianity that you are in today, taking it in order to build your, our society, there will be no peace, there will be no unity, because after all, the people that started it, it didn't, no peace there. Now, how do you think that where you are, they will influence you? Now you have peace? No, it's impossible. I'm coming. I want you. I will elaborate my point so that it will be understandable, even to any level, please. Now, these people rose up. This led to confusions and persecutions of the adherents of these reformations, known in France as the Huguenots. Persecuted by the French Catholic government during the violent period, Huguenots fled the country in the 17th century, creating regional settlements all over Europe, in the United States and Africa. Do you understand me? They fled when they started questioning the actions and the teachings of this Catholic Church in Europe. They were labeled as heresy purveyors, heresies, you know, and they are persecuted, they are slaughtered, they were massacred, and they ran out. Many of them ran away to different countries and formed colonies or settlements in European countries, so that they stay together. You see, how do you think that people that fought like this against this ideology, or their different versions of their ideology, will allow you to live in peace? Do you see the origin why you in many parts of Biafra land, including Anambra and many other parts of Biafra land, you see a Roman Catholic cannot marry an Anglican? Do you see the origin? How do you think with this religion that you can have peace? It's impossible. It's impossible. You cannot, because you have outside influence. That there is no way you can gather money in CMS in Anglican and send it to Pope. It's impossible. It's impossible. There will be that demarcation. And who is suffering it? Brothers in Biafra land are the ones suffering it. They demarcate you being a Catholic, demarcate you being from an evangelical or a Protestant, or a Pentecostal that come from America. Do you see why there will be no peace and unity unless we go back and embrace our values and see ourselves as one, under one value, under one system? Because that is who we are. No person again, we have no foreign influence we ever be in our land. No foreign influence again. Do you understand? No person we have any foreign influence on our land. Once we go back to our values, no person, you cannot see any person calling his brother unbeliever again, because we believe in one thing. You cannot more see any person calling his fellow brother. No, all those things we dry off. That is the peace and unity we are clamoring for. Do you understand? And when this happened in our nation Biafra, we will use this our values, institutionalize it as the bedrock of our nations, and we will have no foreign influence on our culture. No. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, let me continue by saying England modified their own Christianity to suit their values, because in as much as now they have made Christianity to be as a European way of life, or European religion. Now every country now tries to indigenize their own, so that they don't give, though they are all Europeans, but they don't give any foreigner any chance to come to their land to give order, because this Christianity is foreign. You understand? Using it in our land, it gives the foreigners the impetus to come to our land to give orders. Because before a Roman Catholic will even adhere to the rule of the community, he have to check whether it is against the ethics of Roman Catholic from Rome. Before an Anglican in our land, in the same Biafran land, he will say, okay, no, let me cross-check with the ethics of our church. The same to any Pentecostal church. Let my Daddy Gio, I want to know whether my Yoruba Daddy Gio will, whether this is not against our church. Once he can tell you, no, don't mingle yourself with the unbelievers. Who is he calling unbelievers? Your own brothers. And you will say, okay. Tomorrow, if they knock a gong, okay, in our community, you will not do anything. You will not come out. If they say, why now? You say, no, it's against my church. No, swear, let us go to our town square, and swear. I say, no, I cannot swear. The Bible says, no. Because you are having foreign influence. I want people to understand where I'm going. It will prevent peace and unity to reign in our land. Do you understand it? It will prevent it. Because we'll be divided. As we are divided. Now let me continue. England modified their own Christianity to suit their values. They built their institutions based on their own version of Christianity, and not that of the Romans. They made their monarch the head of their church. They ceased taking orders from the Pope. Do you see why national value is important? In as much as they cannot go back again to say, okay, let us check our values. No, they incorporate their value. Their value is they have a monarch. You understand? Of which, if you allow that Catholicism to continue, their monarch will be receiving orders from the Pope, and the confusions will be everywhere. Wars, civil wars, everything is confusion because they are receiving orders from above, from outside. Do you see the mess? Now, what they did, they indigenize the Christianity and call it Anglican. They don't have any dam again with Rome, with Pope, so that their monarch, which is their natural omenala, their monarchy is their tradition. They say now they carry that foreign religion which they have and indigenize it and say, look, our king, you are now the head of the church. Anything you say, it will happen. We don't give a damn about Pope. We severe from Pope. We are no more with them. No matter that we answer Christian, but our own is different. It's English Christian, Anglican. Do you see it? Do you see how wise people do something? You know, to organize a country is not easy. It needs brain, it needs think tank. You understand me? That is what it needs. Now, in 1688 AD, listen, King James II, some call him, I think in Scotland they call him King James IV, but in England, King James II, who was the last Catholic English king, was deposed in a revolution. Do you know the reason? Let me tell you. Because he wanted to impose and entrench some laws based on Catholic principles. You understand? You know, according to catechism, as Pope, now this king now want to impose the law that being a king is divine. So it's from God. The same way the Romans are doing, the same way Catholic preach. Pope, so it's divine. This English King James II wanted to do the same because he was having influence of foreign religion in his country as a king. But he was removed. He was deposed by the people. Do you understand? The people that are not dead bodies, they rose up and said, this thing happened in 1688 AD. That was the time, the last Catholic king of England. He wanted to impose laws based on Catholic principles, but he met a very stiff resistance from the people. Now he ran to exile in France, because at that time France was Catholic also. So they are the people influencing everything with Rome. He ran there for his safety. This is how foreign religions could influence nations, institutions, and lawmakings. Do you understand me? That is the reality. The United States of America was also built based on their own version of Protestant and evangelical Christianity. They built their institutions based on these values. The colonists in America, many of them were the Huguenots, Protestants. They ran to America. You understand? They ran from persecution in Europe. They ran to America. And now they established. And the worst part of it, for you to see, when I tell you that religion makes people to be more wicked even, they started slaughtering the indigenous people. They started slaughtering the indigenous people. But these are people that they believe in a God, this and that, or if they slap you, yeah, that. But they went to other countries. They ran away from persecution and they went to other countries and now started slaughtering, killing people, calling them unbelievers. Do you see? Do you see it? When we talk about religion, do you see it? It's just a belief. Let's go back to our roots. That is where we will have peace and unity. I'm telling you honestly. Now, it is after building a solid foundation and or foundation and institution or foundation of institutions based on your values, that you could start accommodating other values. You know, there is this thing, this mantra they used to deceive the gullibles in Nigeria. Diversity in, how do they say it? There is diversity in unity, or diversity in what? Beauty. I don't know again. How Katrina Lang used to. Nigeria is indivisible. There is a diversity in unity. I have forgotten how they used to make that rubbish mantra.
Is that there is strength in diversity.
There is strength. But let me tell you one thing. Before you talk about that, every nation is built based. Every advancing nation or country is built based on one value as the bedrock foundation. Let me tell you, why do you? There is no way you can have this diversity and build a nation. It's impossible. Practically impossible. Impossible. It can never happen. These are, the way our Africans reason. The Europeans believe that Africans are lower human beings. I'm telling you honestly, even the policies they are making is true. European scientists, they have openly said it, that the way of Africans' reasoning capacity is low standard than average. So that is why they will come and tell you this cock and bull story. There is strength in diversity. Let me tell you, where you talk about diversity is when you must have built the nation with a bedrock, on a bedrock of one value. Now you can start, once that all those institutions are working, no more going back. Now you can start accepting others, other values, other ideologies, because you have a solid foundation. It's unshakable. Do you understand me? Is today the president of the prime minister of United Kingdom, he's a Hindu. Yes. Can he change the nomenclature of England to Hindu? No. There is a limit. He can do things that will remind him, hey, we are Anglicans. Remember, we are Christian English. There are red lines he cannot pass, because the rudiments of that society was based on all those ideologies, the original ideology of the people. But when they tell you, look at Nigeria that doesn't have institutions, they are telling you there is strength in diversity. Who tell you that? Who tell you that? It's not when a country is at the starting point of being built. What institution is in Nigeria where they cannot obey court order? Where the Fulani Caliphate, according they have a Sharia law. There is no way you can obey, because they don't obey Katoda, because they don't understand it. They want this type of governance. But allow them to be in their own system. Now they progress with that system. But it is not the same thing with us. How can we build a civil society, for goodness sake? How can we build a progressive society? It is impossible, I'm telling you. They are just deceiving you because they know they rate black race to be, our brain to be lower standard. So you cannot understand the sophistications of governance. That is why they use this useless ideology. Mantra. There is a strength in diversity. So Nigerians say, as you are suffering, don't worry. Diversity is your strength. Who tell you that? Who tell you that? You will give example with America. Tell me, America, they built their institutions based on their natural ideology. Their founding ideology is solid. If you understand me. Now, when they are matured enough, they can now start accepting other ideologies, but there is a limit you can go. If you understand, there is a limit you can go. If you go or want to cross that limit, they will remind you that, oh, look, America is a Christian country. Remember, in God we trust. They will remind you that, and you go low. They will tell you that there is nothing in Allah we stand, though. Do you understand? They will use idea tell you that to remind you of their bedrock foundation. That is how it should be. But when they come to Africa, they tell you the diversity is their strength in diversity. That is rubbish. Bunkum to people that are of low standard of thinking. Now, before I bring one other, please let me also continue a bit by saying that it is after building a solid foundation of institution based. Okay, there is a place I want to see. It is after building a solid foundation of institutions based on your values that you could start accommodating other values or ideologies. Let me tell you, among the 46 presidents, among the 46 US presidents today, since independence till today, America have 46. Biden is the 46th president of the United States. There have been only 2 Catholic presidents. Catholic, only 2. Number 1 was John F. Kennedy, and now Joe Biden. Why is it so? Ask yourself that. But there is strength in diversity in Africa, right? I'm not talking of even Islam or any other thing. In the Christianity, for you to understand. In the United Kingdom, although the English marriage law changed in 2013, which came into effect in 2015, in order to actually rule the United Kingdom, you must still be raised Anglican as a monarch. You know that. You must be Anglican. It was in 2013 the law was challenged and changed, which came into which came into effect in 2015. You understand? Now, but we don't ask them. But King Charles. But you said there is strength in diversity. Why not allow a Muslim to be your monarch or your king? Why not allow him to change? To be a king? The answer is no, because no matter what, their bedrock foundation is based on their values. That is it. Remember, Christian Missionary Society, what you call CMS today, is Anglican. It is the first church or Christian mission to be established in our land, in Onitsha. The one brought by John Fowell Boxon. You understand? Thomas Fowell Boxon. Go and Google it. A study about it. Thomas Fowell Boxon. Buxton. This man in the British Parliament, he argued very well that look, the British government should invest on Christianizing the Igbos in the delta area of their protectorate that time, that it will be a huge investment because there is a lot of resources, lot of things to gain, benefits. They cannot gain all these things without taking our soul, converting us, controlling our mental states, our psyche. They cannot do it because we'll be rebellious. That is why he continued arguing in the British Parliament that look, they should Christianize the Igbos, invest, let the government invest. That time they saw our land as a white man's grave. Because you come, if malaria don't kill you, mosquito will kill you, or snake will bite you, you will die. That is our land. They were afraid. Even Boston died of malaria, mosquito bite. Yes. So, for you to understand the motive of all these things, it's an investment they invested. Why? In order to control us, that once they are able to control these people mentally, religiously, they tell us, hey, don't do this, you go to hell, and we stop. Oh, come, you worship the Pope and do this and that, you will go to heaven. We do. That time, they will be controlling us. The quotations, King James Version, the ones you quote, you become an expert. Is the work of man. It's an investment which is paying heavily. Do you understand? Today, America and all of them, they say they are doing Navy, what do they call it? Let me bring it, please.
Exercise.
US Naval Force, Europe and Africa, US 6th Fleet, and the Nigerian military welcome the United States Coast Guard, Carter Spencer ship in the Apapa Naval Dockyard. The scheduled port visit to Lagos is part of the US government's commitment to improving the security efforts of Nigerian Navy and enhancing Nigeria's capacity to counter piracy, oil bunkering, illegal fishing, and other sea-based illicit business activity. Now I ask them, the terrorists are boasting that they are buying weapons, even with naira, that money that citizens never see. What are they doing in the north, in the northern borders? No exercise. They are not doing exercises there. Everywhere is porous. It's our Christian brothers now, is it not? They are doing exercise. So we're
Mazi not trying to interject quickly, because the whole, when I read that and I chuckled, you know, America has a way of doing their covert and clandestine operations. The whole thing, this thing you see, is mobilizing for the upcoming election, nothing more, nothing less.
Of course.
Because they have more intelligence than even the so-called Nigerian intelligence. They have resources there, which is intelligence. So they know that there are going to be crisis. So that's why they're positioning their Coast Guard and their ships and all the so-called joint exercise, so that they can quell any uprising. That's the bottom line. They always do that kind of a thing in places like China, you know, because they have their ships embedded.
Of course, but I know. Why are they not doing it in the northern borders?
That is the argument. That's what
you know, and our people will see it. Oh, these are our Christian brothers. They are welcome. Don't worry. They're very gullible. These are Maria like us.
That's why I didn't mean to be rude, but that's why I interject, because you know the whole exercise has nothing to do with combating any kind of, whether it's piracy, whether it's, you see today they're writing about bunkering, whether it's the terror. After all, Nigeria just opened a dry naval base in the north. So why is the American not go to that naval base and go and there and checkmate the terrorists? No, they will not. So it has nothing to do with combating anything. It's about the upcoming election. Mazi, right on.
Of course. So, in all, we see that all these things are, I call it, our people, Mana IPOB come to, you know, bring us back to the root, so that, you know, we stop doing things with emotion. We enter real, we understand how international politics works. That is it. The influence of all this religion, Christianity, this, nobody give a toss about you, your life. Nobody. That is why we are clamoring for us to go back to our roots. Do you understand? So, let me conclude before I bring in Wada. Say, all this. Okay. Remember, Christian Missionary Society, CMS, first established in our land in Onisha in 1857 through Thomas Fowell Boston and Dr. Thomas Boston, Dr. William Banky, Samuel Ajay Crowther, and others. Thereafter, in 1885, many years later, the Roman Catholic Mission through Reverend Father Luz, came into our land also. They came into, and Roman Catholic thrived with the help of Bishop Shanahan, Joseph Shanahan. Bishop Shanahan, the school, BSc. Oh, here now BSc, Bishop Shanahan school. These are people that they brought Christianity. They didn't bring it for you to be saved, no, but to manipulate you so that you become gullible. They will be stealing. If they are stealing our things, we'll be blessing Mary. We'll be thanking Jesus. That is only what they want. And we clap for Jesus as they are stealing our oil, stealing everything. They tell you to shout hallelujah. They will be shipping Bibles to you. That is their idea. But today we want our brain to come back, please. We are very ferocious competitors in our land. This CMS and Roman Catholic. So how do you think that being a Christian in our land, now it will bring peace and unity? We have undergone this for several decades. Where is it leading us? More commotion, more problems everywhere. Why can't we think and come back to our values? Wada, this is where I'm going to give you to also come in, please. Wada, I know that you are bubbling. Go on, Wada, please.
You bring in a whole lot. Even when you're speaking, you're provoking my thought and start going haywire. But I'm going to try to share one or two things and illuminate on them, and then go into one or two things I prepared for us. One is the argument which you rightly put, the argument that strength in diversity, which is what I call fallacy. Why is it a fallacy? The fallacy is a kind of illusion. But let's stay with the word fallacy, because when it comes to this, it's really that. It's just like when somebody makes it, we know that strength, just like we said in our own adage, with gidigidi gweze. That's what I tried. But then gidigidi gweze can only be true if the people who have come together have a common mindset or goal. That's the only time strength in diversity can be a statement of truth. Because when you have a whole lot of people, but they have different views or different perspective or agenda of goals, then it becomes detrimental to whatever they're trying to achieve. So it's a fallacy, because there's an element of truth in it, but in the totality, it's not really truth. Again, just like an argument I always make with people, when you hear people bringing one or two fallacies, then I'll go into my argument. When you hear people say 2 good heads are better than 1, I've always argued no. It's not about 2 heads or 3 heads or 1 million heads. It is 2 good heads. 2 good heads are better than 1 million rotten heads. Because if you have 1 million messed up minds, they cannot achieve anything. It's only when you have, even if it's 2 good heads, then you can go a long way. Another argument you can, so that's how I look at these things. So yeah, strength in diversity can only be true if the society has established, which you said, Mazi, I'm just eliminating a little bit. If this society, a particular society, has established a common solid value or values or goal or goals, they have a common something in commonality. They have a North Star. What do you call a North Star? What everybody is looking up to, irrespective of their diversified interest or perspective. But they come to that point where they say, irrespective of our diversity, we are going to have this common goal as a mantra and pursue it. It's what we're trying to talk when we come to Biafran restoration of project. Some people are misunderstanding it. And I'm going to use something all of us are familiar with, which affects all of us as a mantra. And what am I saying? When you come, I'm going to use Igbo tribe as a typical example, a case study. When you talk about the Igbo tribe, we have what we call Central Igbo. What do you mean? Central Igbo is that particular dialect of Igbo. When you speak it, it doesn't matter what part of Igbo you come from, you will understand that. But in as much as that is true, we all have our own tribal dialects, you know. Well, that's when you're going to start going to dialects. Like somebody from Ohafia, when he's speaking, unless you pay attention, you may not really understand what he's saying. But yet he's communicating in Igbo. It's a version of Igbo. Somebody from Enugu, Deceptive, somebody from Owerri. But because we are all Igbos, we have that understanding, even when it's not spoken, even when it's not made like a subject matter, we have this common Igbo dialect or version of Igbo we call Central Igbo. When you speak it, each and every one of us can understand. So in that case, and if you can say that that particular Igbo dialect or that version of Igbo, which you call Central Igbo, is strength in diversity, because we as different components of dialect in Igbo come together as an Igbo that speaks this Central Igbo language. So that's the only time that can be a statement of fact. If not, it's what you call fallacy. So let me move back quickly, because we are talking about culture. That is why we are talking about that Biafra should be our religion. Biafra has to be our culture. Biafra has to be our North Star, something we look up to, irrespective. Because what do I mean? Religion is a cultural behavior. It's a belief, because your culture is a belief. It's something that people came together and made up. A mindset. The way they want to worship God, that concept of God. Nobody has seen God. Nobody has physically seen God, or even in the spiritual realm. It's a feeling, it's a yearning. When we talk about the God concept, what is that? Because there is this yearning of human beings that believe that we are beyond or more than what we look at as in the physical realm. So there is this yearning to understand that inner part of us, the Ra of the man, that is the prana in Ayurveda, that is a Indian religion. In Ayurveda, there is something you call prana, the life force, the spirit. We have it because we believe that man is three-dimensional. And that is the particular force. When he leaves, we say the person is dead, physically dead. That's what we call death. So, man trying to understand that aspect of him, that is how religion came to be. So, it's a cultural thing, it's value. That is why it's diversified. So, you bring it to foreign religion. It is their own belief. The way they believe, the way they have figured out, or they think they have figured out, how to access this inner potential of man, which is the spiritual aspect of man. That's their own. Is there a perfect culture? No. Is there a perfect religion? No. So, now being that we have been colonized and different kinds of religion have been infused in our land, we cannot speak about strength in diversity unless we have a common thing we call our own religion right now. It doesn't mean that we're asking anybody to negate their own individual belief, just like I use Igbo language to explain to us, or to give us an insight, or to analyze what I'm trying to bring to us. So, Biafran restoration should be our mantra, our North Star, our religion. When you go back to your cocoon, you go back to your house, whatever it is you want to believe, you are free to believe. But we must know that for us to survive, or for this Biafra to come, and for us to love Biafra with all our heart, it has to be the priority. That's where America is. That is why it looks like America is striving, surviving, going along, going ahead, being one of the greatest civilizations so far, because irrespective of their diversity, both in cultural affiliations, whether it is political, whether it is what is it called, religion. When you come to America, that creed of America, the flag of America, that creed they read supersede everything you do in America. As long as you do not violate American flag, you do not violate American constitution or culture, they don't care. In fact, they encourage you to promote your own culture. But you must understand that American established culture, in God we trust. They didn't say in any particular religion. They didn't say in any particular deity. In God, whatever that God's concept is, that is where they believe. Even though God is not religion. We are not talking about religion. So, but let's go back, because I know I have talked about this. I'm going to talk about it again, because I think we have to continue to pound this, continue to bring it, so that we continue to even think deeper when we give these understandings. I'm talking about culture. Let me take it one more again. What is culture? According to Wikipedia or dictionary, it says culture means people's lifestyle. Now, let's understand. I mean, you explained it, but I'm trying to bring it from my own perspective. I know you touched on it. When we're talking about this religion, when all these religions sprang up, or when religion began to be organized, because we must understand there was a time it was not organized. That is why it looks like we're pounding on these particular religions, Islam and Christianity. It was when they begin to be organized religion, that's when they became weaponized to be for conquest, political motivation. So, it's a lifestyle, okay? It has always been a lifestyle of the people. That is why this is called Roman Catholic. Roman Catholic. The name is there. And when you come to the Christian, it's called it's referred to the Canterbury, which is in Britain. And when you come to the Indian one, you call it what? Hindu. So these are culture. You cannot separate the two. So it is the lifestyle of the people, the way they perform certain things. Like I explained a few minutes ago, the way they try to assess the Godhead concept is part of the culture. He says various group of people can have various cultures. Culture is transferred to the next generation by the process of learning, whereas biological characters are passed by the hereditary. Now, why am I reading this? There is this, one of our African brothers I saw online, he made this statement which I gleaned immediately, put it in my archive, in my mind. He says, the British colonized India. The British colonized, let me use the example, Nigeria. What did India smartly did? The Indians refused the British culture, refused British religion, refused their politics, but embraced their science and technology. But this young gentleman said, but when he came to Nigeria, Nigeria embrace British culture, embrace their religion, embrace their politics, and refuse their science and technology. Now, this thing popped up in my mind. I was like, this makes a lot of sense. Because ask yourself the question, these same people colonized us. Why is it that a typical Nigerian pride him or herself in trying to live like the culture of the British, the colonized masters? But when you go to India, an Indian man is boldly expressing his own culture, either by way of dressing, the way of their religion. Even the British Prime Minister that is invoked now, he has not hidden his own religion. But the only difference, we're talking about an established societal culture. In as much as a Hindu, in as much as after his installation, or what you call it, he was appointed, he performed some ritual which he will continue to perform as an Hindu. He cannot try to influence the constitution of Britain to reflect his religious belief. That's what we're talking about. If in Nigerian society today, that claim to be a secular society, that all of us have our religious differences, whether in denominational or the national level, Christian, Muslim, or whatever, or Hindus. But we have this understanding that the Constitution of Nigeria will have nothing to do with any particular religion. You can be a Muslim, but that should not be your priority. You can be a Christian, but that should not be your priority. Your priority is what? The health life of Nigerians and Nigeria as a country. That's where we missed it, and that's where we'll continue to miss it. But the question becomes, why do we have this? Before I go there, let me specify again that in a specific society, every culture is a combination of positive and negative elements. Why did I read this last statement? There is no perfect culture. Because I have heard some people try to argue that the culture of our ancestors were flawed. Far be it. Just like every other culture, call it religion, whatever, there is no perfect culture. Even in America today, it's not perfect, and they know. And that is why even if you look at their union statement, they will tell you they continue to strive to perfect the union. They never told you they're perfect. So, what you do in every society, in any culture, is as you continue, as life continues to evolve, technology or whatever continue to come into, you allow your culture to go through the process of evolution, the process of purifying it, removing those which are not working and replacing them with that which will work to make the society a more perfect union, because we're talking about diversity and culture and how diversity can be the strength of a particular society. So now let's go to behavior, because it's important. I believe today we must bring it in. Why we must go as Biafran? Why Biafra must exit from Nigeria? Because you cannot mix oil and water together. They will never work. They have never worked. And yet waiting to see that science that can mix them and they can be very, very homogeneous. Never. So let's go to the pre-colonial of the life of an Igbo man. I'm using Igbo as a case study. I know we have our riverine brothers and sisters. But when I try, when you're doing something, you have to pick up a particular, make it targeted so you can use it to make your case study. So I'm not neglecting us. We are all one. If it's not for all the poisoning they brought into our society, I understood and I made some research to realize that all the places we call Biafra now, if not for the poisoning they brought to us, cultural poisoning, because they wanted to use that to divide us so that they can continue to control us. Every Biafran section of Biafra we are able to understand Igbo language. It was their commonality. That did not negate the German having his own, tribal language. It didn't negate the ethnic man. It didn't negate like your Haitian man. Like I said, even within the so-called 5 states they try to group as Igbo. We have our own niches when we go there, tribal dialects, So, but let's move with the argument of today. What was the Igbo community like before? He said the Igbo community was the central focus of Igbo life in pre-colonial Nigeria. They lived in small villages composed of mud huts with thatched roofs. Now, why is this important? We live in communal, we live as, looking after each other. So we are not people that scattered. Compounds were built within clans so that we can take care of one another and look after each other. He said there were no kings and no local villages. And no local villages were instead governed by a council of common. No. There were no kings, and local villages were instead governed by a council of common villagers, similar to those seen in the Ewe tribe of Ghana. Now, we're trying to see what happened before the colonial master came. Why am I bringing this argument? Because there are part of us who we wear the core behavior of an Igbo man on Rwanda, but also that is lacking in our society today. And which is one of the reasons, the tool that our colonizers, through the Fulanis, continue to divide and rule us, conquer us. Because before, we looked out for each other. There was no central king. Contrast it to today, when all they have to do is, after they finish installing they started by telling all these Warren chiefs. Now you have the Ezes. Now you have the chiefs. Now you have the Ohanezes. All these people have been handpicked and installed, even to our governors today, handpicked and installed by our masters, those who want to subjugate and colonize the Fulani masters. So now when they pick them up, what do? They are the ones that give them certificates. They are the ones that give them monthly allowances or payment, whatever that they are getting from them. And we all know that there is a truth in this world. He who plays the piper dictates the tune. This was not our way of life. There was no central person that will be given money or bribe or coerce, whatever word you may want to use. There will be the head of a village that can take a lateral decision, unilateral decision, to sell the land of the society, community, to bring invaders in the name of headers to come and invade in our place, to begin to issue edicts and instructions that we must bury the Fulanis. There was never anything like that. That was not the setting of the Igbo man. I'm going to take it again. He said they live in small villages composed of mud huts with thatch roofs. There were no kings, and local villages were instead governed by a council of common villages, similar to those seen in Ewa tribe of Ghana. The purpose of this was that decisions were taken after there was a community come together and deliberate on issues, and then they can reach that consensus. He said the Igbo communities had different institutions who were involved in administering the Igbo community, and powers were equally shared among them. We're talking about the Ozos, the high priest, the chief priest, the Umada, all those things came together and they would deliberate on issues. That was what the Igbo society looked like. He said in conclusion, the Igbo pre-colonial political system can be safely said to be similar to the modern republican system of government in which the people are governed by their sense. Underline this place, my people. Let me take it one more time again. He said in conclusion, the Igbo pre-colonial system can be safely said to be similar to the modern, pay attention, what our ancestors masterfully crafted, lived, the way they govern themselves is what the modern society is trying to emulate today. Now, I stopped at this juncture to call our attention because there was a time somebody asked a question. What are the templates of what our ancestors did? This is one of them. What the modern society is trying to build today, your ancestors, my ancestors, they crafted them smartly, lived them. That was how they governed their society. But then the colonial master came with their illusions, came with their fallacy, and told them what they were doing was wrong. But what did they do? They took the same template of information, went back, repackaged it, bringing it out to teach us how to run a republican system of government, which our ancestors had. He said the Igbo man are made up of some of the most illustrious and industrious people in Nigeria. But what are they trying to do today? Turn us into Alamajiri, which is not part of us. Telling us through the religion they brought to us. Because the religion our ancestors practice, I'm not even going to spiritualism. Let me stay on religion. The religion your ancestors, my ancestors practice, encourage us that hard work is what pays. When your hands are dirty, then your lips can be greased. That was what the religion taught us. That was why you see a young man, either he was learning crafts, or he was going into apprenticeship, or he was in school. Proudly so, of course. That was how we competed with each other. There was no religion on the ground then that encouraged them that you don't have to do anything. All you have to do is to go to a place you call a church, sit out there 24 hours, pray and fast, and then money will be transferred into your account. There was nothing like that. My ancestors believed that when you were sick, you go to hospital. Whether it was a local hospital where the traditional medicine men would prepare some herbs and concoctions and give you get well. They never frowned, or they had nothing against the modern hospitals. They encouraged us. Because they knew they were concept. They knew, and they knew the reality about being truth. The truth, which is the reality on ground. They didn't believe in illusion. They didn't believe in mere beliefs. In fact, we have an adage that says, they believed in practicality. They didn't, even though my ancestors knew how to worship, even though they didn't know Christ, they knew the truth. And they encourage us. That is why it looks like there's a section of us who believe in hard work. But look at what is happening in our society today, turning us into alamachi. Now, having said this, because I'm not trying to take too much time, let us contrast and compare this behavior of a typical Igbo man before pre-colonization to that of the Fulani, who are trying to dominate us today, because we must be able to contrast their behavior, their way of life, to understand, give us a better understanding or insight what is going on. The Fulanis, I'm going to them, right? I'm going to talk about them right now. The Fulanis, they said they betray little emotions. And this comes from their Quran. If you study the Quran, I have the opportunity to read the Quran, I didn't study it. So I don't lay serious claim on it. I just read it. But these are coming from the belief they have. Because this particular statement I made here, they betray little emotions, even in the most difficult times and even when going through immense and most grueling form of hardship. They are focused. It is called takia. The Quran encourages you to pretend. You don't let your enemies know what you're thinking about or your game plan, which is again contrasted with us. We are emotionally charged individuals because we're always encouraged by our traditional religion, which our ancestors, our parents taught us, Ezioku Bundo, to always tell the truth. I'm not going to credit this to Christian religion, because Christian religion is a lot of deception. All religion in total, whether it is Muslim, with all this organized religion, is about deception. Even the traditional religion, when I invoke the way of our ancestors, that was the spiritual aspect of what our ancestors practiced. So I'm not giving any credit to all these charlatans that are claiming to be traditional religion today. No, far be it. Because when our ancestors truly practiced what I call spiritualism, the argument of your behavior was not based on what human being would do to you. It was based on what the ancestors or the spirit will do to you. So when you are acting, you are not acting because you want to impress anybody. You are conscious that when you lie, Allah will hold you responsible. Elu will bear witness against you. That was what checkmated the people. Why am I making this clarification or distinction? Because in Christian religion today, even in Muslim religion, all this organized religion, people will be lying blatantly. Even right from the pulpit. You ask yourself, do they really believe in what they're telling you? If they truly believe that God is all powerful, I'm not saying God is not. Why are you lying? The way you know that God can see you, that tells you they don't even believe in what they're preaching to you and now. They don't. So, we're talking about the ways of our ancestors and the ways of these people. So the Fulanis are masters in disguise, master of illusion, master of fallacy, because that's what their religion encourages them to do, just like some other religion. It says they are mentally strong, disciplined, patient and calculating, proud, ruthless and wise, in totally unforgiving. Now contrasting with the other people that the religion that was brought to them used to subjugate them, to colonize and conquer them, is telling them, forgive your enemies, turn the other cheek. In fact, pray for your enemy. Contrast that with the group of people, or a group of people, that their mantra or their belief is that they are calculating, they are proud, they are ruthless and wise and totally unforgiving. That's their religion. They cannot forgive you because you are an infidel. They cannot forgive me because I'm an infidel. Because according to their Bible, according to their Quran, either I am coerced into believing, or if they kill me, Allah will reward them. They contrast it to the Christian religion that says, I'm not talking about the Torah, I'm talking about the Christian religion that tells you when you are slapped on this cheek, turn the other cheek. so that your reward will be in heaven. Because that's the colonial masters' game plan. Because when they came to colonize you and I, they did not preach that section of the Bible. It was after the colonization they are using it to hold you and I down. Let's move forward and explain one more, two things about these people we are dealing with, Fulani. He said they have long memories, never forgetting a friend or a favor, and never forgiving an insult or a slight. But the Bible tells you, forget and forgive your enemies. In fact, bless those that despise you. Pray for them. Look at the people you are dealing with. It's opposite. This article here says most important of all is the fact that they overwhelm and conquer very slowly and incrementally, and they do so primarily by infiltration, assimilation, and guide. I saw a news on Facebook that now most of the Okada riders and Keke riders are Fulanis. They are coming in. They are using infiltration, assimilation. They have infiltrated us by coming into our communities. Now they are assimilating with us, taking up the same craft, the same trade we are known for. They speak our language. And mostly, I can tell you that some of the community leaders are aware. But because of gullibility, because of what they will benefit, they are keeping quiet. They are allowing it, they are encouraging it. Because there's no way this large number of Fulanis will come into our society, because somebody is running the pack. Somebody is head of the town. Somebody is responsible for the motorcyclists and the Keke people. Who are these people? How are they operating that nobody knows? It's called infiltration, assimilation, and guide. Now, let's see how they behave. He said it is only when they are fully entrenched and empowered, and when they have totally won the confidence of their host community and infiltrated them, that's when the sword is brought out and the most extreme form of barbarism and violence are employed to achieve their objective. Biafrans, pay attention to this place. They are now infiltrating our society, communities, assimilating with us, speaking our language, probably charging cheaper than the original Keke people. When our people were doing it, they will charge you less. So we encourage it. Oh, the houses are charging, they're stupid. They're charging us lesser. No. Two things are going here. They're trying to gain your confidence. Number two, they are using this particular trade to know the nooks and crannies of our society. Remember what Obadiah said. When they finish with the pushes, they're going to come into the city. Is that where we are? A question that must be answered. By then, if you threaten our communities, trying to assimilate, is that the second wave of Obadiah? May his rose rest in peace. Told us. Is that what it is? I don't know. That's the question we must answer. But this argument says that it's only when they are fully entrenched and empowered, and when they have totally won the confidence of their host community and infiltrated them, that's when the sword will come out. We must remember that the one and only objective of the Fulani is to do what? Colonize us. Colonize us. Because they have no place they can call their home. Starting from Guinea, starting from Futajello, they don't have a place. So they have been wandering, looking for a place they can call their home. And for some reason, and I think we all know some of the reasons, because of the vast mineral richness of Nigeria, Nigeria have been their target, starting from Otmondanfodio. They set their eyes there. Another behavior they are bringing to us, because one must ask the question, how come now that the Fulanis are the ones taking up the trades that our people are known for? We must ask this question. Because our people have been confused and confounded by this new religion that has made us to be lazy. Or you go to the traditional healers of today, they call it boutique, Boutique, a young man that is not interested in going to learn a trade. A young man is not even interested in going to school. Even when they go to school, I'm not blaming them because there's no threshold. There is no work. There is nothing. Even the young man who goes to learn, when he finishes, there is no money to establish or start his own business. I am not laying the blame squarely on them, but I'm trying to highlight what is happening to us, the devastating effect of the systematic weapon, which is the soft approach that the government of Nigeria is using, create us this, cement all these platform thresholds, so that when people are frustrated, what do? They begin to abandon, because now in our society, as the Biafrans, as Igbos, we have left our traditional culture, which is why we are saying we must go back, where it is not about your money, it's about your name. We must go back there, because this, what we have seen with our politicians, our ministers, even our traditional healers, is about boutique, about money. You are now not being looked at in the society as somebody that is matters. The only thing that matters is how much you have made. I'm accusing all of these entities called out, all the both the traditional and Christian religion of Muslims, everywhere. All this are infected. So now, why are we allowing them to come in and take up these things? We're encouraging them to penetrate. It's going to be a matter of time, and they will unleash their terror. They must unleash their terror, because that's their only goals. Meanwhile, we are busy chasing money. We're not even getting the money. A typical example is what? The new money they printed has revealed a whole lot. The indigenous people, the citizens, cannot go ahead of this money, but the terrorists have the money. The argument becomes, how did they get it? Because the government is enshrined in everything that is happening. They are the master planners. Okay? So what have they done? Our young men, instead of going to school, learning trade and other things, because now this concept of EK, or what matters is how much money you have done. They are slowly turning us into alamajiri. I'm going to stop. I'm going to end when I finish making this argument, because I have a lot I'm not going to be able to bring today. What do I mean? What is the concept of alamajiri? Let's look at it. It's an alamajiri system of education. It's a traditional and non-formal system of education which derives its curriculum from the Holy Quran and subjects its learners or people to roam about the streets, begging for alms, food, and render menial laborer to the teacher known as Malam as a means of survival. This is what we're beginning to experience in our society. Our young men are moving away from our culture. They are willing to go and worship these politicians who have accumulated the money. They are willing to go and worship the GOs and Mamiki GOs so that they can give them quick miracle money. So because of that, they are not entrenched in learning, even going to school. In school, they are not actually studying. A typical example, which is shameful to me when I watch it, a young woman talking about, I graduated from school finally because of what God and my whatever. I'm not going to call the name. Shameful. That was not our pattern. The story would have been, I studied so hard. Thank God I have graduated after pulling the midlife candles. Thank God I have graduated after studying so hard. Now I can be proud to call myself a graduate. No. Now, because the culture has shifted and we're watching it going, killing us. Somebody can proudly come out on public social media talking about how she used her body. What has God got to do with such an immoral act? But I didn't hear anybody that claimed to be a defender of Jesus Christ. Because that's blasphemy right there. Because these two elements, God and using her body, should not be in one sentence. That's not my argument today. That's for another day. So what I'm trying to say here is this. They are gradually turning our children into alamajiri. We also, when Soludo went to the head bridge, those were our young men. Those were our children. Sleeping outside in a dumpster. In a landfill area, coming out in the evening and robbing people. They may not be begging alms, but when I saw that day, I don't see the difference between that thing and a typical Muslim child is not begging for alms. How did we get there? Our politicians. How did we get there? Our so-called religious leaders. Because this is the impression they have given, this is the culture they have cultivated for our young men. You don't have to do much. All you have to do, come to church. Tuesday, Sunday, pray, fast, sow seed. They are going to be miracle money, which I'm asking them now. With the present situation of money scarcity, I have never had any of those pastors that claim they can transfer wealth. I've never had them come out now and begin to transfer wealth to their own members. I'm not talking about another person. Transfer these new notes from the bank to their members so that they can have the money. Who must be asking critical questions? I am challenging these ministers. This is the time, because God is amazing. He allows situations, that's me, so that we can prove ourselves what we're saying, whether we believe in it or not. This is the right time for all these ministers that claim that they can give you miracle money. They can transfer wealth from the bank or wherever they're making it, it will come to your account or come to your pocket. This is the hour. And if they cannot do it today, I'm challenging their members to ask them to do this. They cannot do, and they should stop and cease from today hence about transferring back to working. So that's how they're beginning to create our magic in our society. Because if this trend continues, a time will come. We'll have our young men in their greater numbers roaming our streets, and we know the consequences. These elementaries are the ones that these alhajis and sheikhs are using for suicide bombers. They are the ones that are using to do their crazy, wicked deeds. Our politicians are grooming our young men. We must pay attention. We must rise up and condemn, not just verbally. I'm challenging all the so-called religious leaders, those who defend whatever. This is the time, this is the moment. We must rise up and defend our youth. They are the engine hall of our society. We cannot allow them to this culture that has shifted from where we were, where hard work was rewarded. The colonial masters came, began to disrupt by rewarding criminals, making them warrant chiefs. Now the next phase is trying to make our young men alamajiri. It must stop. It's an outrage that we all must stand up and defend and take our coming to this kind of culture. I'm going to use it now. I start talking about
I know, and even I have many more things to say, but we are not going to finish this topic today. I'm telling you, till next week, which we are going to finish it, or we are going to talk more about it. Now, I'll conclude by saying, because time has gone, all this worry, remember we are talking about upholding our values, the fundamentals of real peace and unity. That is the topic of our discussion today. I'm going to conclude by saying, all these warring Christians of Europe came and scrambled to establish their different versions of Christianity in our land. Now, the question is, how do you think that there will be peace and unity when our people are receiving orders of conflicting religious ideologies of different European and American countries? How do you think that we could build solid ideological institutions based on these warring ideologies of Christianity? We shall only continue witnessing chaos and disunity until we go back and uphold our natural values, until we restore our nation of Biafra, institutionalize our values as the bedrock foundation, just as others did. This is where I'm going to stop, so that we can open lines, go into break, few minutes break, and open line. I don't know whether you have just 1 minute, anything to say, talk more please, so that I will go into few minutes break.
No, I'll come at the closing argument. I think I have a whole lot, but we
have to continue. We have to
continue. A time cap on it.
Of course.
We continue to go as we are being excited and being provoked until we'll exhaust what we can, the exhaustible. So I'm going to yield and then come back at my closing argument.
Of course. Thank you, Mother. This is where I'm going to stop, so that we continue next time on this same topic. We shall go into a few minutes break, so that when we come back, our lines will be opened and we shall take your calls If you have opposing arguments, please do not fail to raise it up, please. I beg you. We are here to hear everything and learn. That is it. Thank you. We shall be right back. Please do not go away.
In her. Inside of your father in you is his mother and father until that being in the person of the person there are many persons. That is why in our African tradition when we greet you in plural. Sanibonani, Dumelang, Chobela, Avusheni, we greet in plural because we are greeting them in you. In the person of the person there are many persons. You are not alone. You are 33% your mother, 33% your father, 33% yourself. Inside of your mother in you is her mother and father in her. Inside of your father in you is his mother and father in him. So it goes on and on and on and on. So you are a community of people. You are the ultimate representative of all that came before you. You are the total summary of all that make you up from the very beginning of your ancestral line until to now. That line, it goes back to the first ancestor, which is what we call God. In our African spirituality, God is the first ancestor. So now, that being the case, ancestral system is our African system. Your DNA, the pure build-up, your DNA makeup is what we refer to as ancestors. They are the building block of your existence. So you can't say, I don't believe in ancestors, this is pagan. Ancestors there's nothing to believe in. It's not a religion. You don't have to believe in ancestors, you have to acknowledge the ancestors. So there is no such thing as ancestral worship, like most European sociologists and anthropologists and scholars have came here and said, we Africans, we worship ancestors, we are engaging in ancestral worship. We don't have such thing. We don't have such thing. It's not our thing. We don't worship ancestors. We don't believe in ancestors. We don't have a word for ancestor worship. When we say Riapahla, when we say Pabadimu, when we say Musebetsi Wabadimu, none of these words is equals to ancestor worship or translate to ancestor worship. There is no African word for ancestor worship. We don't have such thing. So now Badimu, this form part of our African trinity. We Africans, we the Bantu people, have a trinity of Mudimu, Badimu, Lebotu. Now these are represented by the 3 stones that we use when we make fire. We use 3 stones. So anywhere in Africa, when you travel, you find people who use 3 stones when they make fire. You must know that we share common ancestral origin. And these 3 stones represent our trinity, which is Mudimu, Badimu, Botu, or God, ancestors, and Ubuntu. So now when we talk of ancestor, we don't talk of ancestor worship. We don't talk of ancestral religion. We talk of a true homage that one pay to his foreparents who lived before him. So acknowledging that those who came before you is not a worship, it's a homage. So we don't engage in ancestral worship. We don't worship our ancestors. So it is a misnomer and misrepresentation of African facts that we need to clarify. As Rastafari, one of the things we are here to do is to make sure that we wipe out all misconception about ourselves.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name is Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct with Wada Marian T. Heather. Today is the 4th day of February 2023. Today being Saturday, We are here discussing religious issues, and the topic under upholding our values is the fundamentals to real peace and unity. Fundamentals to real peace and unity. That is what we are talking about. I don't know whether I have to bring you in. I don't know. The thing is ringing. I cannot even know. It's not showing where to bring you in. But we must continue. Now, our lines are now opened, please. Our lines are now open. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I have callers already waiting. Caller on WhatsApp, you are the first caller. Wada, yes, it's not that
I'm back.
Yes, yeah, no problem. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mazi. Madam Eda, I greet you also.
Thank you.
My name is Mazi Joe Agafu. Residing in Regensburg in Germany. And Mazi,
are you the person that is furnishing me some things? Is it you?
I am E.
You're
welcome, Mazi. You're welcome. Go on, please. Okay, Mazi, I'm going to come from. I'll be coming in from two places. The first one is the importance of history in a struggle. If you check all the epochs, historical epochs up to now, each had its own history written down, or they learned from the history of others. Now, I want people to understand one thing, that history as a discipline seeks to ask questions by wanting to know why, how, and when things happened in a particular epoch. In history, thoughts are meant to be provoked. Our people don't know that they have to think, to sit down and ask themselves questions. It is very sad, very, very much. It is very sad. And Christianity as a foreign religion was used as a weapon to Christianize and conquer individuals. Mazi, do you know that the Christian missionary, they had to introduce the British Army every day they are going to assist them to conquer, because the Igbo people were starting to reject the religion that as a Christianity, and they were frowning at the fact that the British or the missionaries were philandering with people that are outcasts, because they had to go to the back to go and talk to the outcasts that, hey, your sins are forgiven, we are going to make you warrant chief. That was how they started coming in, and our people. Of course,
Mazi, let me elaborate. Mazi, let me elaborate what you said.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
What happened when they came? The missionaries came. what you call the outcasts are the criminals in our land. Ndi merala.
Yes.
That is so that people will understand it, so that they will not misunderstand it, start saying that, oh no, we have outcasts, this and no. Ndi merala, people's roshi, ndi tinyere wunye onyozo, ndi roshi one way or the other. The missionaries now brought them because they know that they are disgruntled. They are criminals. They brought them together and said, no, instead of them going to Kwanala as our tradition requires them, or to take the punishment, they found solace in Christian churches, in Christian missionaries.
Yes.
Now they brought them together and said, no, your sins are forgiven just as you have confessed. Very easy. Now they turn around, baptize these people, use them and turn around to castigate the people, the real people in our land, the upright, righteous upholders of our traditions. They now start calling them, these are unbelievers and Gentiles. Things fell apart. That
Exactly,
is what they use, and that is
exactly.
what has been happening till today. Go on, Maz, please.
Exactly. Okay, now, the missionaries were the first to venture deep into our Igbo villages. And their ignorant and biased opinions of the Igbo ways of worship were, it was set into for the British ambition to rule and to decimate Igbo religion. That was then the missionaries also, because our Igbo religion was pacific, it was so easy for them to make you a British army. Whenever they go to a village, they destroy the where our people are worshiping. Our people will now back to retaliate. Now they will go to the army. The army will come, kill everybody in that place. Putting their people to start being the chief. Just like what the Islamists are doing right now. Removing somebody with the Supreme Court and putting someone else, like Udodima and Imo State. They are the ones handpicking people that will be there because of their Islamization policy. Our people should understand one fact, that religion nor Christianity has never done us any good. They should think about it. They don't think good of us. The Pope in Rome is thinking of how he will save his Caucasian brothers in Ukraine. Meanwhile, he's telling our people to be contributing money for Ukrainians. Our people are hungry. They don't even have any way to cash out money from ATM machine. But today is Saturday. Tomorrow they will go church to go and pay tithes. They will have money to go and pay contribution in the church. Mazi, our Igbo people, they need to reset their brain. They need factory setting. Thank you, Mazi.
What you are doing also is part of it. Is the factory setting we are doing. In the Mazi. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have a caller on signal. Mazi, caller on signal. Can you hear me?
Coming out loud and clear.
As you are coming out, go on, please. Go on.
Thank you so much. May Chukwuka Biama bless you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity once again to speak to our people this evening. Fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom. My name is Mazi Akas. I'm calling from Austria. By the special grace of Chukwuka Biama, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra here in Austria as national PRO. Mazi Jonathan, good evening, my sister Marian Haida. Good evening from here. I just want to say thank you guys for coming out here to get our people.
I hear your voice vibrating everywhere. I always cherish you. God bless you.
Thank you, my beloved sister. Mazi Jonathan, before I proceed, I just want to say, may Ezechiel Kabema continue to guide and protect our leader and destroy his enemy before they come close to him. Good health. We pray that Chukwu Kabema will continue to embalm him and release him so speedily in no distant time, and together we must continue to fight until Biafra is being restored. This is my prayer, so shall it be in the name of Biafra. He said. Mazi Jonathan, I beg you, asking Gukuwe, keep on shouting. Iyanaba is entering. You know, sometimes when you say this thing, I laugh.
Mazi, the show, not Naba, the show.
Mazi, it's sinking. Believe me, I know what I'm telling. The minds of our people has been changing. I do confront most of them. I do make most of them. They are listening. And you know this they did to our people, Mazi. Some of them have carried this in up to 50 years, 60 years, even some 40 years. This is why somebody can ask you who is your ancestor. You begin to imagine. So it's not today's issue, but the mindset has changed, Mazi Jonathan. Believe me. And we must keep on educating our people. This is what will lead us into Biafra, because without us knowing these things, even when this Biafra come, you will see these people will carry this mentality of what the white man brought to us to use. They will arm some of them to come and fight us. Believe me. And they are ready to take the gun of a foreigner to come and kill his own brother, because you are telling him that this way you are going is not the right path. This is why we must keep on educating our people on this right path. Though it pains. Most of them, when you are saying it, it is like as if their intestine is turning upside down. But at the end of the day, when you take it up, you take it down, you're tumbling it, anyhow you do it, these are the truth facing you in front of you, and you cannot run away from it. This is what we say here on Radio Biafra. This is where we worship. This is where we educate ourselves. And I used to say, Mazi, I don't know, I will beg you, maybe even if it's 2 times in a week, or find a time to educate our people the importance of every coordinator to be listening to Radio Biafra. Mazi, I'm telling you this because most of our coordinators that are misbehaving today is because they don't come here to equip themselves as a leader. That people are under you. You're supposed to be equipped in Radio Biafra, so that when your people ask you questions, you will know how to answer the question you are going to
Mazi, can I interject here? Let me tell you, we have to be lobbying. IPOB has grown. It's no more like the time when you don't see, the time before. There were few people that you don't see the right people, so any person can be a coordinator or any principal officer. This time around, we must continue to lobby that every IPOB official must be vetted, re-vetted, including your belief system. I'm telling you honestly, it's very important. Because some people will become weak links. I'm going to talk about this. Weak link. Soft spots for infiltrators and foreigners to come into our land to do something. So I think the time has arrived for, before somebody becomes a principal officer, he must be vetted. The same way you are vetted when you are taking up some positions of work, you must be vetted, including your system, your belief system. That is what we should be lobbying, because IPOB, we have grown. It's no more before when somebody will come as a Namdeka and say, do you have family in where you are saying? He said no. He said start one. You don't know who the person is. You don't know what he believes. There are some people, they are ready to discard the Biafra struggle because of their religion. They have another thing. When you touch there, they say, oh boy, don't go there, don't go there, don't go there. How can we move on? Mazi, go on, please, go on.
So Mazi, thank you so much. I will beg you, my beloved brother, to come here and educate our people and make it mandatory. Every IPOB coordinator, you must come here because I have never seen a student who don't go to class and at the end of the day you will pass your examination. It is not possible. So this is why even you see some of our coordinators today, most of them don't know their left and right, because you see that they are working, they don't even have time to listen to pre-broadcast. They don't even, but they are ready to go to social media to go and take nonsense. So this is why even you see some of our coordinators today, most of them don't know their left and right, because they don't, you see that they are working, they don't even have time to listen to pre-broadcast. They don't even, but they are ready to go to social media to go and take nonsense. So this is why even you see some of our coordinators today, most of them don't know their left and right, because they don't, you see that they are working, they don't even have time to listen to pre-broadcast. They don't even, but they are ready to go to social media to go and take nonsense.
And Mazin Nandikalu told us that here on Radio Biafra, anything you don't hear from Radio Biafra, it is not correct. You can go and double yourself in social media, but at the end of the day, come back to the root. When you listen, when you learn from here, you can be able to articulate, you can be able to take A and B, jump them together, and you get to the right answer. And a coordinator should be somebody that is upstairs, can be able to defend anything, and defend this Biafra struggle to the extent that nobody can defeat you in anything argument concerning Biafra. But some of our coordinators are weak because of this religion of the thing, because of their Jesus. I am a Christian that I'm speaking, but I am not stupid in my brain. Nobody is saying that I see you here that you shouldn't go to church or you shouldn't do what, but use your brain, and know when these people are asking you for you to go and do nonsense and begin to cast your ancestors and tell them die, as if the same people who are asking us to pray to kill our ancestors, them to die. But they brought us vegetarian. I know they put it in the Catholic churches. Maybe Jesus put it every day and ask us to come there and bow our head, praying to something that we don't know. You see, when you use your brain, when you come here on Radio Biafra, and believe me, Master Jonathan, you go home or you go to bed and sleep like a baby. Because all those things they used to brainwash all of us, you have a sound mind to know how to deal with any idiot that bring this so-called Christianity they want to use to bamboozle destroy our own. They told us that our ancestors are this, they are bad, they are that, but the same people still come and took everything they learned from our ancestors, turn it upside, bring it again to come and teach us and say they are going to write it down for us. When we are saying this, many people don't understand. Mercy, because keep on preaching this gospel. Mercy, believe me, you can only hit it today. The next day you will see the same person who say, no, we must continue. May bless you. And Nigerian government must release our leader, they must release him because our people are running out of patience. Bless you, my sister. Bless you guys. Thank you,
Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp.
I can hear you, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. Can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing you. Go on, please.
I say, Meshuko Kabiama continue to bless you, Mazi Jonathan, and the one that Mariam Heda, for the gospel of the truth that you people are preaching for the awakening of our people, not only Biafrans, but entire Black Africans. I remain Mazi Mirimalugo from United Arab Emirates. My fellow good people of Biafra and the Black Africa at large, because this gospel of truth is a awakening of Black Africa to know our roots. Our ancestors used to say that truth is life. Truth is life. When you know the truth will set you free. It's because of Black Africa refuse to face the truth or face the reality. That is why Black Africa is suffering. There is not any good thing that somebody will call this hollow platform or call our Radio Biafra now and they debate and say this is the good thing that Christianity brings to Africa. No one will call both the so-called Reverend Father, the so-called Bishop, the so-called pastors, or whatever they call themselves. No one will be bold now and call and they debate for the hearing of the whole world to tell us the good thing that Christianity bring to Black Africa. Only things that I know that Christianity bring to Black Africa is hatred, discrimination. This is what Christianity brings to Africa. Hatred, discrimination, and cowardness. So, Mazi Jonathan Chine to continue your good work. And the one that and all our preaching is centering on Abba. You have waked millions of Black Africa up, because this gospel is not only for we Biafrans. It's for Black Africa at large. You have waked a lot of people up. Please don't go back. Keep researching. Keep researching, my dear brother.
There is no back to go to. We have no back. That's the thing. And just to add under a few seconds what our brother said, you know, because I used to hear people saying that Christianity brought education. No, it's lie. This is something. Now I ask: is it the way? Europeans came to Africa? Is the way they went to Far East? They went to Japan, went to India. They colonized India. As our sister said before, yes, India accepted. You know, it's not everything a foreigner brings that you will accept verbatim. No, you have to sieving and vetting. You sieve things, you vet it. Now you know the one you have to take. Japan vetted and took only their modern weaponry, modern technology as of that time, and blocked every other thing. You know, so which means, when you talk about Christianity bringing education in our land, it is lie. What they smartly did is to try, in order to embed Christianity into which education even they brought to us. Mungo Park discovered River Niger. Is that so? Why are Indians progressing in a modern way, but they are not Christians? They retain their way of life, which means these two things are two different ways. Only in Africa that they don't know, they cannot distinguish. Even till today, PhD holder cannot distinguish between education or modern technology, because you cannot call education. I cannot call it education. We had education. Only the modern technology they brought us of that time. You understand? You cannot. There are two different things. If we are able to remove one, after all, missionaries came that time with traders. As traders, we are doing their thing. They are working hand in hand with missionaries. Missionaries, they were going softening the hearts of people in order to make sure that they will be controlled, cheated. So they work hand in hand. The same way you see, they brought when they carry us to their school, start teaching us their alphabet. And we must, our people that time must do nafana, learn how to do all these things. He's very smart. You have to distinguish the line. You understand? So that is what I will say on that. Caller on signal. Can you hear me, Maz? Welcome to the program. Caller on signal.
Yes. Jonathan, can you hear me, sir?
The whole world is hearing you, Maz. Go on, please.
Jonathan, we are listening to you and we are getting your wisdom. Many people will follow. because this project requires the other side. Nobody have ammunition more than God. And the world is about to see what I'm doing. That the children of the Most High, they are going. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. The chicken, the saw why we don't allow anything. So that no religious in Biafra land that in Nigeria will put an obstacle on you. If that is what you want to silence, you are not affronted anymore. After all, they are here, they are killing us. They are here, our money is going. What we are about to face, no generation has faced before, but we will succeed. Chukwoka is saying that, I've been on Psalm 37, from verse 1 to 10, very important. The destiny of the wicked and the destiny of the good. And verse 35 and verse 36. Where is our budget? And this land will eat everybody that will not appreciate the effort of our leaders. Nobody will be except they release our leaders. And I pray Psalm 119 there, the law of the Lord. Oh, I will do menal. And that Jonathan, I take my life for you at platform. All your efforts, mommy was there. Every effort of every IPOP have called. Those that are called by the Most High to restore his kingdom down on this earth. So that the children of the Most High will remain for me that I stake my life. You say Biafra. Instead Biafra will not be restored. I myself for Infiltration and one full move over. I put on Anya will not pass area. Our platform is well structured, institution from the Most High. If you know you are a Biafra, listen to DOS. I don't like because this is on the channel that I want so I was there and not joking here. Then I take a little I know later. I tell Jonathan to speak. No matter whatever that happens, the man can do that. But it's your case, you see wicked, you see Petobi, you see Soludo, all of that allow our leader to deposit in Kuje prison so that they will come and carry us and do election to put us in Nigeria. Property to be taken before our eyes, this generation. They will never go afraid. And all of us will die here. And that's what we will do. Come with the prayer of the Lord. No more.
Mazi, let me interject here. Come, Jukene. Any agwanam you several times. Any private problem with the stop making this case. People have been asking, Mazi, you know, and here you don't come to threaten. We are past that stage, please. You get this radio Biafra millions of people of the reasonable. Please. You know how to talk. You don't come here to threaten everybody. Even the other time I had you threatening Joe Biden. I'm saying, oh yeah, you sure they because I've talked to you in private, but I have to confront you in public. We are no more threatened. We are here in a You don't come here, start threatening everybody. People never know okunyara. You know, so it's not good. You come, you talk, go forgive, stop threatening people on air. Stop threatening people. The other day, President Biden, please, if you are talking, be articulate. Now, what to the articulate in you go forget teenage, I got that one out of them, you go forget now, man, anyhow. I don't allow it. Or it threaten menace. I go that stage, please. You know when I'm mad no ya no be. You can no ya no be. That is what I want to tell. I just want to tell you this so that you understand. I threaten people on air because onye ga-embu mmadụ, onye ga-eme ihe ọ da bịa on air na-ekwu ya, I will do this, I will do that. Yeah, I got that time. I could remember, okay, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu bidro or destroy the broadcasting. Some people will come on air. Mazi, I'm a builder. I can build a bomb that can destroy. I'm this and that. I will blow everywhere. Where are many of these people? Yeah, please. I just want to tell you. Please go on and conclude.
Jonathan, thank you very much for allowing me to listen. I'm Biafrans all over the world. One day the Jonathan said this pure truth. And we are not arrogant, taking honest. But I want to assure the whole world that we Biafrans, no matter whatever that happens, Biafran with them. I saw what I when I said I'm not arrogant.
Of course.
At the end of all this as well, you will see where it will end. Tell Jonathan, some are getting offered. I want to know prophet with it. I'm telling you, I know what I'm telling you because by the time you will know what I'm putting at home, you will see it. Guys, I'm not threatening anybody. I will not believe you. And then the Jonathan, at the end of the dogma, no more called happy. By then, you want, they got to you. I'm telling you, about what all my question. I know from where I'm talking about you, but I will not care. Why can't we release our leader? And they said that we are friends. We want to show that we are not if you don't want us to that after all is in America, do you know how we are suffering here? You don't know. And he's telling our American system, and that's against them, everybody die. That's what the threat. I want to threat. I want to look at you. I'm someone. Then I'm the canon of the court. That they are stupid, but it's a madman. And today, look at the guy that president there. And people are making me how I shut my mouth. Then Jonathan, from when it taken me, I come out to the level. Come on. Let me look at the decide the woman and then it just everybody say I live back and I want that. And they look at this guy, those that son said, but to go back to the president of that guy, you say that. Number one, I spend out to what you can look at Praga. That is that I said that. But I generation don't have with this occasion can she come out with this one. Get what at the summer down. And I tell you, I just very tough. I'm getting the ticket to the better than no party on this. What is that? I'm going to work a soldier for why soldier for that. I watch the Jonathan. I'm from how much of food. We can see. I'm going to tell you every history of home. I'm going to clear picture. I got caught all but the gap before the war. That could be the way. I know about should be kind of one guy. The tell them you should make you want to look at you. I said, no, I said, let them remember to put a man or only open up the scientific. We can't go. If I deny that, the people must have everywhere. Even in IPO time, autopilot every time, because I had the money. But do you know how they have tested my head? So that's how I said that, Jonathan. I don't think of the minister. Divinely ordained. Okay, when I call for you. Then I thought that was the friend I knew to put it out. Come to the way someone I saw this guy, I was on the alley. Mona Betulule, what said I knew by an order of Kalagan guy, Chapa Hanile. Okay, Lord.
Thank you very much. I want to be for na Biafra land. Everybody needed. That's the reality. There were. Caller on WhatsApp, we have been there. There are people that I never pick any call from direct line because, okay, let me call her on signal or WhatsApp. Please hold on. Call on direct line. Can you hear me? Call on direct line. Go on. Call on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Line. You call to continue saying hello. Go on, please. Can you in anonymous call on direct line? No, it's very absurd. Let me pick him again. Caller on the call cut. Now, caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Thank you for waiting for almost quarter of an hour. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Professor Jonathan.
Welcome to the program.
Yes, and our mommy Marian T. Heather. I really appreciate both of you. You people are delivering us. Deliverance couldn't conduct and it is entering. Even sometimes you used to ask on Abakwa, my brother or professor, it is entering. I have to be honest with you. So I really appreciate and I pray Chineke Kerelugwenova will continue to give you people the grace. Please, I want to, because in this Radio Biafra program this Saturday I've told my wife I don't miss it, and I try to make sure I'm part of it. I am Uzuko Kemakolam. I believe you know my voice. So there are one or two things I have learned from you people which I want to deliberate on. You understand? Because there was something somebody who said, so I think is it that doctor something that was talking about education. You understand? Hello?
Yeah, go on. We are hearing. The whole world is hearing.
Yes. Okay. Now you see, you remember, you know. So there was a time when I was in school, because okay, no need to say I studied. When I was in school, there was a time that this Boko Haram something was coming up everywhere. So I was telling people then that Boko Haram, they have the right to what they are doing. I want this education is haram, that they don't want Western education. I say yes, they have a right to it. I want to talk, you know, they say they brought education to us. Then I now ask the person one simple question. 1 + 1 is equal to what? The person said 2. I say, is that Western education? The person told me it's Western education that made us to understand that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. I said no, it is not Western education. We know that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Our forefathers know it is a physical law of nature. When you bring two lighter objects together, you get something a little bit heavier and other distance. So the person was like, okay, where am I dying? I said, look at the difference now. When the white man now will now come and tell you that +1 is equal to 2 was discovered Mungo Park. Education. 1 + 1 is equal to 2 was discovered by Mungo Park. They will teach it to you, teach it to your children, teach it to your forefathers. Then you will now carry that mentality. Anytime you are thinking, you will now say yes, 1 + 1, but not knowing that it is a physical law of nature which has been with you there. So now Western education is an education that is favoring the West. You understand? So these Boko Haram people, because of their orientation and lineage, they are looking for an education where they will tell them that 1 + 1 is equal to 2 was discovered by Osama bin Laden. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is that education in context is not brought to you by anybody. If you go through this book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, there was something the man was talking there.
By Walter
when he was talking of how the whole world was. Yes, by Walter Rudney, yes. There was, so if you've gone through the book, maybe you may not be able to read the big one. There's the concise
cite one of that book. You can go through it. That book is that man is another. I use another Nnamdi Kanu in a form. You understand? That book was said something. He said that the whole world was developing at an equal pace. Not that the Americans or European or whatever, they were developing more than us. No, everybody was developing at the same pace. When we and the black people to now some or let me say the so-called black people to some extent were even developing at a faster pace than them. If you go through that book, where he was talking about Egypt, talking about the arrow of Biafra, talking about the Gondo, something Gondo of Ziga or Ghana. It's a long time buying on school. So those what was he saying there was that the whole world was becoming enlightened, becoming developed at their pace. But you know, every race and every people have some peculiarities with them. Like, let me cite example, the peculiarities of these people we call Westerners, these Asian or white people. They are barbarians by nature. They are not civilized. This one they are saying that Ndocha will try civilization. A white man, that is why a white man can till now does not understand that he doesn't need to sleep with another white man. A normal white man brain, his brain cells is still finding it difficult to because he came to that realization by the indigenous Africans, by the black, were the ones in the ancient time. If you can make your research, I thank Ekelem Chineke that used to make research, you will discover it is us that were teaching these white people how to be normal human beings. They were a barbarian, they had no culture. Like, that is why when you are reading some of this Christian history, I know a lot of people will be hearing it, but they will find it difficult to understand because these white people have presented themselves as people that fell from heaven or one angels. But the truth is that these people were complete barbarians. They had no culture, no custom, no tradition, nothing. It is when they started having contact with Africans that they started understanding something. That is why that is just like something that is this conquered attitude that the Igbos have now. That you see, and every Igbo man is greedy for money. Somehow he sees it as Ibambo. Somehow he sees it. He doesn't know it was a consequence of the aftermath of the Biafran war. So that's now made all of us divided also. Everybody is now struggling. When you go to your village, you build upstairs, you do. So you see, you now confuse that greed, that selfishness and self-centeredness for because that your brain has been to be programmed in that way. That was what happened to the white people because of their barbarian nature. So they don't even know what is to be beautiful. They don't even know what is culture. So that is why till today, even till tomorrow, they can never understand what it means not to sleep, even though they read it in the Bible, in Old King James, New Testament. Because of what it has affected their mentality. So now, when they now have contact with Africans, with Egypt and many parts of Africa, both the Yoruba people, they now started understanding something. But that thing that is in their DNA, what I'm trying to say, for you to understand that they did not bring this education as people claim. The whole world, they never taught us how to plant corn. They never taught us how to cook egusi soup. They never taught us how to
distill our liquor. I said they never taught us distillation. That is science in itself.
Look at the
science.
Yeah, the one question. Yes, that is science now. Fermentation, distillation, that is pure science. Because I swear I say I should not come now something like that. So we will not know. We know that when we speak it in our dialect or in Igbo language, it will not look local. So when a white man now speaks it in English, I apply science. There was something my uncle asked me one day. My uncle asked me that we that say we went to school engineer this one, that our forefathers that did not go to school were able to think out a technique that will make them use palm to palm front mold it together and climb palm tree up to the top of palm tree and tap kanapaya palm wine on the top and come down and give more than this technology or technique is more than 2,000 or 3,000 years. My uncle was now asking me that, okay, we now that say we have gone to school, why haven't we improved on that technology?
Of course.
Since our forefathers that did not go to school, our forefathers that did not go to school were able to think out that technique of using palm fronds to climb a tree up to the top and tap and wine. More than 2,000-3,000 years, but for almost 100 years now, or more than 100 years, we have been going to school. Why haven't we been able to improve on that technology of our forefathers?
And he's right.
I don't answer that question.
Right. Yes, he's right.
No, I tell you that when he asked me that question, I could not answer it. I could not. It was when I started listening to you people, Radio Biafra, I started understanding why it is like that. And why it is like that is because this thing they call Western education is simply indoctrination and learning of skills. You know, like there was something we were saying today when we were talking now. They bring small truth, they now add it their own, so that they can program you to fine tune into, so that they can you can be, let me say for example, forcing you to learn English, so that it will be easy for them to communicate with you, not because they want you to actually learn the English. Like there was one book I read, how Europe on that, no, not that one, how in Biafra, in Biafra, Africa died. I've forgotten the caption of that book. It was written by one of our brothers in Biafra. There was something the man said. He said that they taught the black man how to repair bicycle, but they taught the Japanese how to make bicycle. I don't know whether you get the wisdom in these two statements. They taught the black man how to repair bicycle, but they taught the white man how to make bicycle. So, and they are not teaching you how to repair bicycle so that you can improve. It's so that it can be easier for them to take advantage of you. That was the kind of education, like when in my working place, when I do engage them, I tell them that, okay, that you people claim that these people brought education to us, and they never brought Christianity by force. You know, that's why I like listening to this radio, because it is like a church, a church. You people are like pastors and professors teaching us. Then we now start going for evangelism, and we start getting people on the grassroots enlightened. I asked them one question: that why was it that in those days, Arucha Catholic Church, they will say it is free of charge, but for you to go to that Catholic church, your child has to go through confirmation, your son has to do this, which is it not an indirect way of forcing you, for you to, or if not you, your next generation? Because by the time your child is going there, they are telling your child that your father is an idol worshipper, he's a ritualist, he's a this one. The programming his mind. Anytime he comes to the house, he will see his father as a demon. And they have already painted devil to be black in the seminary school. So but only way the father looking black, looking ugly, stressed up, he will not be free the ROC and everything that is around it as the demon. So even though they did not get you as a father to succumb into their religion, but they have getting your future, they have gotten your next generation. Is that not forcing you? Is that not enslaving you, like as you used to call it, soft method? But if the same day we go to Japan, go to India, they will now teach them that same thing they were teaching in seminary school, but they will not impose that religion, because they know when they impose that religion, those people will revolt. So they will not teach them, and those people will not become enlightened. And why they have programmed you to be thinking like a mumu and seeing your father like a devil, your ancestors that you fed from heaven. You all your life, when you finish your Cambridge and come back, you will end up fighting with your father. That is why you will see many of us after Agucha Okon Alabeke Nando here, when we come back to this thing, we will not join the politicians to continue enslaving our people. So what I'm trying to say is in the area of education that these people, we should stop saying that they brought education. They never, had it been, they did not bring this their education to us. Do you want to tell me today won't we have been educated? The answer is yes, we would have been educated because trade or something would have been making us engage with them. By the time we are getting engagement with them, before you know it, we start getting some good things about them, and we start incorporating those good things into us, and they would also be, but before you know it, that same technology, science, and everything, we will still have it. And but rather, we will not be having it. It will not be indigenous to us. It okay. Look at this thing my uncle said with all our history. By this being, we had ourselves developing. I tell you this by now, maybe we would have produced a drone or a system that we're able to fly and be tapping that and wine, or will produce better ways. You see, so what I'm trying to say this thing in essence is that they never brought. We should stop saying that they brought this thing to us. And another one I want to drop.
Mazi, please, you have said a lot. Please leave it here, please, for others
please, okay,
that are waiting.
Okay, can I just drop only one, please, sir? Please, just
1 minute. 1 minute.
So I have a lot.
Yes, I know.
Okay, sir. Okay, like this one, they always say that that our forefathers worship idol. I tell people that our forefathers never worship idol. Our forefathers were worshiping Chukwu Okike Abiam. It's like there was something I dropped on your WhatsApp one day where these Jewish people, there's a system in their worship, one of the integral in their spirituality, where they sacrifice a live goat to a deity, Asherah, something Asherah, the deity of the wilderness. You understand? Then after they finish all the whole atonement and all this thing, they bring this thing, put his hand on it, make the prayers and everything, so that it will go and appease deity, so that deity will not confuse their people to be living a life of unrighteousness. Will you call that in idol worshiping? That is not. But if you want to call this one our forefathers were doing idol worship, you have to call that thing the Jewish people were doing idol worshiping. The Jewish people also had this one in the wilderness when the snake was biting them. Moses went to go and form a snake. That snake, you see, was a kind of a spiritual principality of that region. So they needed to appease that spiritual principality. Appeasing that spirituality principality of that region doesn't mean that they were worshiping idols. Our forefathers know that technique. That was why there are sometimes you used to say that they knew how to there's a way you used to speak that English, harness these deities in our land to. There's a way you Professor
they manipulate the spirits to do their biddings.
Thank you.
It's a secret.
Thank you, sir. That doesn't mean they were worshiping them. It's just like as I used to tell people, in this Nigeria there is a jungle. You are traveling, you see a road safety or police or arbor on the road. Respect, short sir, galant. 200, 500, 1,000. Doesn't mean you are worshiping him. So our land also happens the same way it is. There was something you shared on your Facebook page. People were bringing out the deities in their life. These are ways of appeasing them. There are a lot I have to say, but you are giving
I know.
I pray that
we learn from each other.
As you used to say, tomorrow is another day. And thank you very much for this privilege to speak to my humble self. And I want to also thank our mommy Tiara Chineke Gana Abagume. I know you're a woman of class, but for you to humble yourself for this work, your posterity will talk good of you. Thank you and remain blessed.
There were Mazi. There were, you have said it all, honestly. Dear friends, caller on direct line. You have been there? Yes. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line.
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, Mazi, Jude, there were. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Biafrans. Good afternoon. Good night, whatever time zone I did. My name is Jude Okafo. Jude Okafo is from Agbo. Agbo is in Anioma. Anioma is in Biafra land. And Anioma people all the way from Ikuakiri, which is present day in Banking. We are Igbo
people 100%. Mazi Jonathan, I just want to thank you very much. You and my wonderful sister, Madam Eda. In fact, when I tell people that if I don't listen to Radio Biafra a day, I don't feel better. I don't feel good. Radio Biafra is a place that you come and learn. Here you learn wisdom and knowledge. A university of wisdom and knowledge. And that is why you cannot compare Radio Biafra with any other station in the world. Radio Biafra is exceptional, wonderful. And that's why our leader always said that this form is from heaven, straight from heaven itself. Where truth is good spoken. And that is why our ancestors will always tell us that the best way to go, the only thing that will make us wise and acquire knowledge is truth. And that's why they taught us that Eziokubundo. Here on Radio Biafra, the city down of wisdom. Mazi, I thank you and my sister very well. Every day we learn from you, from your program. Every day we begin to get knowledge from your teaching. Radio Biafra, I thank my leader for bringing Radio Biafra for us. Because most of us that are students of Radio Biafra, we are now thinking like a human being. Radio Biafra has make us a human being. Our leader will always say what makes you a human being is the ability to reason. That's what makes you a human being. Radio Biafra. Ohamadike 1, Ohamadike Ndibo. My leader, Mazinandi Kanu. Chukwu Abiyama will continue to protect you. Chukwu Abiyama will continue to guide you. You will not die, you will live to see Biafra. Make I borrow one word for what my last talk. He said the white people only teach us how to repair bicycle, but they don't teach us how to make the bicycle. You know why? Because they don't want you to be like them. And that is the same thing they bring to religion, our religion. By the time you are fixing that bicycle, you are making another new model. That's why every year in America here you hear iPhone 14, iPhone 16, iPhone 16. Every year they are producing. Why we are busy black people? Our challenge, our problem, where the Oyibo give us. Oyibo is moving forward. They are going up. Why we are still where we are, repairing what we cannot repair, what we don't know how they make it. So Radio Biafra is number 1 in the world. Compare by now, Radio Biafra. These some people, these some Oyibo that give us it better than India. Indian refuse their way of life. India refuse whatever they brought, took their independence and keep their culture. But the zoo, Nigeria have no meaning. No meaning. India keep their religion. India have more than hundreds of religions, Hindu and the rest. Are you telling me those who are not going to heaven? Are you telling me that my forefathers are in the hellfire? People that were not calling Jesus and calling Father and Reverend. Are you telling me that the people that are worshiping Hare Krishna, all that tribe in the world, they are going to hellfire? Jesus is the only way. Now only Jesus now go carry and go heaven. So the other people that people their religion and culture and custom, they are going to hellfire. Radio Biafra, thank you for giving me sense to the careful. I learned a lot from Radio Biafra. Mazi, make us stop here. Make us allow other people to call me. Chukwu Abiyama continue to strengthen you.
And you too.
And Mother Heda. And every Biafra around the world. For this knowledge what we get for Radio Biafra. We are not thinking like a real human being. not like the monkeys and the baboon in the sea. Mazi, all of us will live long to see Biafra.
Ndewo Mazi.
My prayer.
Ndewo, he say. Caller on direct line.
Let me just put a quick light on
please, just hold on. I have somebody already I pick on direct line.
Okay,
just after him.
Okay.
No, he's gone. Maz India na Akbari mother. Wanda, please go on. Just go on. Because we are winding up.
Yeah, quickly. One of the things Maz you say, in our place we say, that is when somebody is speaking, if you pay attention, it can provoke your thought. He said, in Western world, China, Japan, America, we are dealing with iPhone 12, 14, 17, Samsung, this, that. What are we doing in Africa, in Nigeria? All we are doing is creating new denomination of religion. God churches. God this. That's all we are doing. Bringing new diversified religion. A lot of people are progressing in technology and science. He just said it. I just wanted to highlight that. Mazi, go ahead.
There were, of course. Here we try to liberate ourselves mentally. Because in here they are on the program, right? We stay there. No, this is not live. Caller on signal. Maz, you have been here for going to 25 minutes. There were you a patient man. Maz, there were Maz Chris. I think so.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Maz.
There were Maz. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you very much. My dear sister, good evening to you also. My dear brother, I want to say, pray for you. Yeah, thank you. Let me start from the one thing you said here. I have been campaigning for this. In this struggle, we have gone too far. Now, it requires some certain things. What is it? It requires people, we have to go know somebody who is competent, either coordinator or secretary or whatever, any job you want to take in IPOB, whether you are competent to that job. In politics, those that are doing politics, when they are campaigning, they need mad people. They need those that can talk, speak good. But after election, they win. They will put those that can make up their cabinet and put them in the government. They work with them if you truly want. So now the same thing, the stage IPOB now has gone over that time that we needed anybody away from come. No, this time around now, we need people that, number one, we are dealing with something concerned ethnic here, because some people, we want to bring people back from where they drive them to, say they are not Igbos. We need to include people. So anybody that has plan, that even possess that is spirit of clanishism or what I call it, cannot take any position in IPOB like a coordinator, that because he will emphasize that there, they will scare everybody away. That's number one. Then this person must also be outspoken. We know about that is what my brother from Akaz is talking. Somebody is an IPOB coordinator. They move on the street and they meet somebody who is in doubt of what we are talking about or what we are doing, or reasons why we want to go from Nigeria, and they cannot defend it. Tomorrow he says, I'm a coordinator. What makes a coordinator? You just say, okay, don't forget, if you want, you know. That is not, you convince that person to bring that person in.
Ideologically sound on what we are doing. Ideological.
Exactly. Now, on that thing, we are in Italy here, we are in Germany, we are in France, we are everything. If you don't speak German, and maybe you go to the German office, they give you a letter to submit, and somebody there is there, you have to speak German to enable him understand what they are talking about, and they can't speak German. And you are representing IPOB in Germany. What are we doing? The time has gone when we evict everybody. You want to take position, you merit it, will give you. Then if we don't see, we can manage you, but to find a solution to resolve the
That's number one thing. Then another thing concerning the what they call bringing religion. That the white people are very clever, very criminally minded. They borrow one adjective to disqualify our people. Anybody that is a Christian, all around, have been making all this investigation and what they tell us call it indulging. Anybody asks, what do you think that Christianity brought to us? Good. Everything that mentions that before they came, that they were killing twins. That's the only thing. That's the only thing they used to tell me. And now you find out that the same thing, the same adjective they go and borrowed to disfranchise Ojukwu from our people or to condemn Ojukwu before the eyes of other people. The Ojukwu make mistake to declare the war. If you ask all this our elderly brother from 60 years now upward that is not in this struggle, they will tell you that no, Ojukwu made mistake to declare Biafra. But they don't know that Ojukwu went to Aburi to discuss. After discussion and Aburi agreement on Aburi, it took them 4 months or 5 months before he declared the war, the Biafra. Why didn't the problem be solved? The same thing is going to the religion. They said our people are killing to it, but they took a new child to throw to crocodile, to catch crocodile. The same baby they are trying to sell. Who are cheating who? Now, look, let me tell you, the religion that brings to our place is to indoctrinate us their language, number one. To take tax from, we are paying tax to them. And that tax is by what? We build the whole building, the whole schools they build in the Igbo side, let me say that. The community contributed money to build the schools, even the churches. Or you won't never put your own anything down there. So we contribute money to build it and hand it over to them. And we will be paying them for teaching.
Is it not the same way we have been building schools and handing over to Nigerian government in our communities?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
The same thing. The same way.
So now, some people also think that when
Chris, you should not forget that the land they're building, the churches and schools are given to them free. Remember that. You must add it to your argument.
Of course. That is free of everything. Free of. They don't spend anything. But what do? They employ most of our people, and they themselves receiving salary from the school. And then only that he brought back their language to teach us. We employ some of our people, just like a West African volunteers. They will support to conquer their people, and they give them money and pay them. So this is when you don't reason, you understand that white people came to play with our brain. Now, another thing is that when they build railway, some people think that they build railway for our own good. No, they build railway from Enugu from north to Enugu to Port Harcourt to enable them ship our if they don't all those things to ship it to the west coast, they can't even build the railway. So these are the things our people don't. They think that it's for advantage. They build it for their own to serve them. Sometimes they tell you, say no, the passengers train are moving, but the train that move on that railway are more cargo train than passengers train. So these are the things our people have not. So never in a place religion come for our good. They made it when they changed this the Roman Catholic and spread it all over the world. Is the method where the Roman Empire are taking tax from other countries. So when they see that it will bounce back, they establish a form of religion to take the same tax. And every Sunday you give offering, you pay money, you send it to Rome. And their people they'll be feeding people with the money here, and our people will be hungry at home. Mazi, let me draw from here. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
There, Mazi, we are inching closer towards ending this program. Honestly, I think I'll pick the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp. Mazi Chiku, you'll be the last caller. Can you hear me? Go on, please.
Yes,
There were Mazi. No.
I'm speaking from location.
Mazi, Odika, Ahodikwa. There were, because you are an elder, honestly. There were. Go on, please. I don't need to get to
Okay. My name is Chukwemano. I'm speaking from a location. Thank you very much for this. Your talk this evening. First of all, I thank my leader, Leader Mansilan Khan, the man who established this platform to expose the whole world, especially Nigeria. Yes. So many things to talk. I want to start. There's a clip you played about, I think that man is an African man. He talked about something, about 3 stones that was known by Africa. These 3 stones, I know na-eji esi nri, itinye okwute ụzọ atọ, ga-etinye nkụ n'okpuru ya, ga-amụnye ọkụ sie nri gị rie. Ihe ndị a bụ ihe ndị agba ochie, early 50s and 60s. Ihe a gosiri naturally, something dị natural from beginning. Ihe mmachi ime ka oge anyanwụ, omenala natural, something dị natural. A na-agwa anyị, na-agwa ihe ọbụla. Otu anyị nọ na-eto na village, o nwere ndị na-akụ nkwụ, ha nye elu nkwụ, ha ga-echete mmanya nke ha na-echete n'elu, ha na-eji ikuku, o nweta na akwụ elu, ha rie elu nkwụ, ha wepụta nke ahụ n'ụkpụkpa, ha wunye na nke ha nyewere n'ukwu ha, ha na-ata. A na-akpọ ya, anyị na-akpọ ya ekpụrụ ka a na-akpọ ya natural, etinyebeghị mmiri. Ha nwere ike mere gị ebere, were ihe nye gị ga-enwetatụ ya, ga-enweta ya. O nweta ọ na-atọ, igosi na onwebeghị mmiri abanyere n'ime ya, and nwebeghị ihe na-abanye n'ime ụlọ. Ị na-ete enwe ya abịaghị n'anya, gosi gị na ọ dị natural. Ụlọ ike omenala na church na religion anyị na egwu agwara agwa. This mmanya na-akpọ atụrụ, before ha egbupụ ya n'ime ahịa agaghị ire ya, ha ga-abịa wunye n'ime ite buru ibu, abịa gbara mmiri, gbajuo ihe buru ibu, wunye ya na mmanya, shake ha gbara tụ ya test ya. Ma ọ dị otu esi chọọ, gbakwa mmiri ọzọ wunye, ọnụkwa again. Atọrụ dike mgbe ọ dị otu a si chọọ ka ọ dị otu a, abịa werezie ugbo eji ere mmanya n'ime gbanyezie, werezie ga ire n'ime. Just exactly ihe gbasara igosigide mgbe ihe dị iche n'egbe na egbe. Ihe anyị nwere akpọrọ religion, both Christianity, both religion, both Islam are man-made. And eji eme ka ewere ihe na-esi ebu people ka ndị mmadụ nwụrụ ọnwụ, ka eme ka ndị mmadụ nwụrụ ọnwụ n'elu ụwa. Gịnị mere na religion ndị Fulani webatara Nigeria ka imere ndị mmadụ ebere? a na-agwazi ndị na-aga eluigwe onweghị onye ahụ gara igwe gị na-ekwu ihe ha na-chineke ụmụ ụwa ya ka a na-ebi ndị mmadụ bikos Chineke onye ọrụ bụ ọsị gị gbuo mmadụ bifo ọ ga-agawa eluigwe. Ihe ndị a bụ ihe mmadụ mere ka e were kpuchie ebe ndị mmadụ anya ya ka ha bụrụ n'elu. The same thing at Christianity. The same thing. Tutu ndị mmadụ juru n'ime chọọchị na-akụ aka ekpere ịga n'eluigwe na Nigeria in particular. Their leader achọghị eziokwu. Ọtụtụ oge ihe leader ha na-achọ wee ego. Ihe leaders bishop, archbishop, ihe achọrọ wee ego na Nigeria. Ha achọghị ịma their member. That is why gị gaa na chọọchị taa echi bụ chọọchị. Ị ga-ahụ nwoke ụzọ gị ma na chọọchị. Ị ga-ahụ nwa ike na chọọchị. Ị ga-ahụ ọtụtụ oge dị iche iche nọ na chọọchị. Ndị ahụ si na ha bụ bishọp na-ekpere ha ekpere dị inde adị maka na ha nwa na-ewetara ha ego. Ihe ha dị afọ wee ndị ahụ na-ewetara ọwụ maka ndị ahụ nọ na chọọchị. That is why ihe dum na-eme na Nigeria ji na-eme. Onwe otu mkpụrụ bishọp, archbishọp, GO nchọrọ ime ka mba ụwa mara na ihe eme na Nigeria. Kama ọ ga na-ekwu okwu otu a ga-esi ekpe ekpere na Nigeria, udo dị na Nigeria, ka unity and peace. Ihe dum a na-eme igosi na ndị ahụ chọrọ wee ego ha na-anata ndị memba ha n'ime chọọchị were na-ele evu lag. Ha nwere nwe ya mana onwe eluigwe ha na our leader Nnamdi Kanu ngara ime everything called expose. Ha ma na our leader na-ekwu eziokwu. Ha ma na okwu ọbụla mmadụ kwuru na-awụ eziokwu awụ from Chineke. Ihe dum Jizọs mere mgbe ọ bịara wee our leader na-eme igosi na ihe ọjọọ atụọla ibe mmụọ ya n'ime chọọchị. And ha nwere onwe ha na-aba mba ehihie na abalị ka Nigeria dị otu ahụ maka na Nigeria wee ebe ndị nzuzu na ndị iberibe nọ ka ha nwee ike na-anapụ ndị mmadụ ego na-eyi izu laghachi. Ihe dum dị na Nigeria, ihe dum na-eme na Nigeria onwe nke ha chọrọ ịma otosipesi na nwere ike ime ka imepe anya ndị mmadụ ka ha hụ ụzọ. Instead ha dakọ n'iche onwe ha na Abuja. All these bishops si na ha na-ekpe ekpere 40 days and 40 nights ka ha nwee ike jichie Nigeria ka ụmụ mmadụ in the name of religion. Ndị ka m na-achọ ikwu ebe ahụ gị wụrụ onye na-ekpere ifu na religion, gị wụrụ onye na-fight for religion, you are making a very great mistake. Gị na-fight religion. Christianity, Muslim in Nigeria are something that people want. Europeans and the Fulanis and Dogma to use this thing to enslave people in the name of religion. The worst thing that happened to Nigeria is religion. Number one, after religion, you meet their newspaper, You also, their TV, their media is the second of the worst. Before you get their politicians. All these things, in Nigeria now. And this radio, if you are listening to Radio Biafra, your sense will change. You will become a human being, and you will talk like a human being, and you act as a human being. I think my leader, our leader, as they can. They think this man done for Igbo race, for Nigeria. Only God knows. We guide this man until the end of this journey.
There we
Thank you very much.
Almost say Biafra. Thank you very much. This is where I will switch off the phones. Please don't call. People are calling, but I will not pick any more call, please. Wada, please, you have to come in to make your closing remarks, please, before I come in. Go on, Wada.
Okay, Mazi. Okay, Mazi, there we go. I just want to appreciate every listener, every caller, those who were able to call, those who were not able to call. That's the reason why we're here. We appreciate them, we respect them for allowing us to come into their homes each and every Saturday. We thank them, and we believe that we'll continue to support and listen and bring in all their suggestions, all their comments, smartly, intelligent, of course, because we're in this race together. So, having said that, let me go ahead and make my closing argument. I will start by saying this. One, when people continue to ask what our ancestors brought, when people try to argue that the white man or the colonizing masters were the ones that brought education, just like one or two or three brothers have tried to emphasize here smartly, they laid their argument. There's a huge difference between education and trying to teach me and indoctrinate me into your culture for total colonization and submission, because you want to control me. Because the same thing you claim you're teaching me through your own culture and dialect and language, I can learn it from my own perspective, my own language and culture. And we have examples like the Chinese, the Japanese, the Czechoslovakians, the people from Austria, people from Germany. I mean, we can name a whole lot of them, Indians too. They never change their culture. They never change their language. These are one of the leading countries in modern technology today. You cannot compare the contributions Japan has made, continue to make, when it comes to science and technology, even China, India. But let me talk about Japan and China when it comes to America. Japanese are the ones that are really into the leading edge technologies, science and technology we talk about today. And all these they have been able to do and continue to do through their own culture and language. So, those who are arguing that religion brought us education, no. We existed, our ancestors were educated. They were able to do a lot of things, science and technology, that some of them, the world is still trying to unravel their mysteries. They didn't do those things with somebody else's culture or language. They used our own culture and our language, and they were inspired. Just like one of our brothers here said, every culture before this inquisition of colonization came to play, we are developing at a race, at a pace. Africa was even ahead of every other known world. That is why you can go to in Egypt. You talk about the pyramid at Giza. You go to some place like in somewhere in Mexico, you find pyramid there. You go to Biafran land, you find pyramid there. You go to other places, you go to Ethiopia. Do we know that Ethiopia has more pyramids than Egypt? More pyramids than Egypt. But the world do not want to talk about it because Ethiopia is now closer to the where they call it Far East. So, what is this argument making, or this information? People were developing at a pace. They were inspired by what you call the Godhead or universal consciousness. It has nothing to do with a particular culture or religion. No. But when these people were able to organize their religion, it becomes a conquest to subdue those who bought everything they brought to them, hook, line, and sinker. They stole their own development. They stole their own educational system. Because now they have to relearn everything. And they lost time. Their minds were twisted. For example, I'm going to cite the Bible right now. When you read the story of the Bible, I tried to bring this argument last time. The Moses they invoke as one of the fathers or the ancestors of Christian religion was raised in the house of Pharaoh, according to the story. Every craft he learned them in the house of Pharaoh. The Bible told you or tells you that he was educated in the ways of the Egyptians. When he was sent on exile, according to the Bible story, in Media, the Bible never told you that he learned any other craft in Media. The only thing the Bible will tell you is that he got married there to a Midianite. And the Bible never told you he spent so much time. But when he came back, according to the story, to liberate the Egyptians, the people, the Jews, or Israelites, because they were not, every Jew is not an Israelite. Every Israelite is not a Jew, but every Jew is an Israelite. So, talking about the Israelites. That was why you could see what they called, from the perspective of the storyteller, which is if you tell the story from the Jewish Israelite point of view, they will call what Moses performed a miracle. But then they look at what the Egyptians did, the same thing, they call it what? Magic. If an Egyptian was telling the story, it's going to be the same. He will call his own miracle, and you call that of the Israelites, magic. What am I talking about? Incidents. The Bible says that when one of the incidents is when Moses went there, he threw a rod, it became a snake. The Egyptian duplicated the same thing, because even though from the perspective of the storyteller now, the Israelites, they said that Moses' own snake swallowed the other one. That's their story. The Egyptian will tell you differently. But the argument here that they were able to duplicate this, to create the same act, because Moses learned it from the Egyptians. It was not the other way. Why am I bringing this argument? Our ancestors were great astrologers. Our ancestors, because of their knowledge of astrology and astronomy, they created a calendar that was almost perfect, with the 4 market days, multiply it by 1 issue, and it's going to give you 13 months of the year and 1 day. Perfect. And when you look at the extra 1 day that will come out of it, 365 days, in 4 years, that gives you the leap year. How can anybody tell me that people that were able to do this calculation were illiterate, ignorant? They didn't do this with any foreign language. They did it with their own language. They did it with their own, understanding of science and technology. By the way, what is astrology? Because it's still being practiced today. He said astrology is a range of divinationary practices. Those who say divination is a sin. He said astrology is a range of divinatory practices recognized as pseudo-scientific since the 18th century that claim to discern information about human affairs and terrestrial events by study. Now, because I know some people come and argue it's called pseudoscience. Yes, that's what they call it. But furthermore, he said the study of the astrology, the now part of it said the study of the movement and relative position of celestial bodies interpreted as having an influence on human affairs and natural world. When the Western civilization is telling you about the movement of the comet, the coming of the comet, what are they talking about? It's astrology. You and I will believe when it comes from them. Oh, they sighted the comet coming. They sighted this coming. They sighted the bottom of the stars. NASA go into this space. NASA have to go into this space to talk to you about wormholes, talk to you about dark matters, talk to you about black holes. My ancestors didn't have to go into deep space. They were here and they calculated these things. And they were so accurately calculated. How do I know? Let me go to the Bible again. The Bible story tells you that when Yeshua, whom they call Jesus, was born, 3 Magi's go to the argument. These were astrologers. These were astronomers. Why do I argue that? Because they told you they were mending attending to their sheep in the night, and they observed the planetary movement. What does the astrology explanation say? It says the study of the movement of the relative position of celestial bodies interpreted as having an influence on human affairs and natural world. They told you this Magi, which were astrologers, but like I told you, when your victor wants to tell your story, they will purport you to whatever you're doing to be dark and negative. These were astrologers. And another key argument, where did they come from? From the Far East. Where is Far East? It points you towards what? Asia, Africa. Because it depends on where you're calculating your East, when you're looking at the map of the world. So these people came from the Far East. They could have come from Asia. They could have come from Africa. I'm following the story of the Bible. These people were, the Bible said they cited the Star of David. This is the story of the Bible, I didn't write it. So these were people who had in-depth knowledge about the movement and relative position of celestial bodies. That's how they were able to see the star. They were able to interpret the star. They knew, according to the Bible story and the meaning of astrology or astrologers, that there was a paradigm shift in the planetary movement. My ancestors did this. They didn't need the white man's educational system to do it. They didn't have to go to deep space. They didn't build any spaceship. They were down here on earth with you and I. And marvelously, they calculated, and their calculations were so accurate. That's how they were able to build the pyramid that the world today cannot unravel, and still not able to unravel the mystery of the pyramid and some other invention they came up with. Now, let's go to astronomy, because I'm trying to cut this short. Astronomy said is the branch of science which deals with the celestial objects, space, and the physical universe as a whole. When you talk about physics, you're invoking astronomy. When you talk about your weather, you're talking about astronomy. It's a part of it. Why do I say that? Every day they're telling you they're going to space. They've been to the moon. They're exploring Mars. They're exploring Venus. The question is why? They're trying to understand celestial objects, space, and the physical universe as a whole. Your ancestors, my ancestors, they did this. They didn't have to travel anywhere. Spiritually, maybe, when you go into metaphysics, I don't want to argue that right now. Maybe they did. So, when you're talking about the study of, it's called meteorology, let me see. Which is when you're talking about the study of the space, the weather. Every day we are going to Google, asking Google to tell us what is going on, whether it's going to rain today or not. Our ancestors knew this. They were involved in it. That was how they were able to forecast planting season and other things. And yet somebody is telling me they knew nothing. These are the things they laid the templates that people are the Westerners are building onto. But they told us our ancestors were practicing voodooism. They were practicing black magic. The same black magic is what they're using today. Metrology is the science of measurement and its application. Metrology focuses on advancing measurement science to enhance economic security and improve quality of life. That's metrology. Okay? These are people that watch the weather pattern, monitor everything so that they can make forecasting on how things, tell you when the hurricane is coming, tell you where things are happening. These are the people we reference today. We call them professors, we call them doctors, but our ancestors laid these fundamentals. They were good at them. They could measure them without traveling out of space or out of our universe. They were in-depth in physics because these are pure physics, hard mathematics. They needed no white man's technology or science or white man's language to study this. So what am I making this argument? There's a huge separation. There's a big gulf between having an education and learning somebody's culture. You know, I don't have to learn your language to be educated. I don't have to learn your culture to be educated. Unless you want me to be educated in your own culture because you want to influence my mind so that I can reason like you. That's the only reason you will want me to learn something through your own cultural influence. And I'm going to summarize by saying this. Because there was a brother that spoke that provoked my mind. I'm coming to the Bible. I'm going to use the Bible again to make my conclusions. Yeshua, whom they call Jesus Christ, according to the Bible, he said there came a time his disciples asked him, Master, Rabbi, can you teach us how to pray? And he taught them only one way to pray, which we call our Lord's Prayer. Everyone who has practiced Christianity as a religion, even when you have not, will be familiar with this. Even if you're not familiar with the whole prayer, you'll be familiar with this section I'm going to lift up right now. He said, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. That references Almighty God. Whatever he... Thy kingdom come. He never said we that is somewhere. He said, Thy kingdom. May your kingdom come on earth. Let it be done on earth as it is in heaven. What is the implication? If you have an open mind and think a little bit, the kingdom of God is something that should come back, that should come on earth, not we go. Because heaven, if you believe the Bible or if you study the Bible, should be abode only for God. Now, my argument is this. Almighty have been saying, shouting, Biafra is the last miracle. Biafra is the reestablishing or the restoration of the kingdom of God on earth. And these clergymen and women try to argue with me or argue with somebody like me that will believe the word of Yeshua. They want to tell me they believe in the instructions their master, their God, their Lord and Savior instructed them to do, to pray that the kingdom of God will come on earth and let it be done on earth as it is done in heaven. And there's a young man, a low voice, crying, fighting, preaching for the kingdom of God to come on earth. Why are they not supporting him? Why are they working against him? Because what you to restore, that's the movement of IPOB, initiated, instituted, led by our Hamadike one. We must ask these clergymen, has it not come to their consciousness? Haven't they realized the pursuit of what this young man is pursuing? Has it not come to their understanding that what we have been praying according to their Bible to happen, this young man is what is championing? Why are they working against him? If they so believe in the Bible, if they so believe in the instruction of Yeshua, why are they kicking against him? Why have they connived to destroy him? Why are they keeping quiet when this young man is illegally, according to their court, detained in solitary confinement? And these men and women, these Christians, I'm invoking them and challenging them because the Bible is about Christianity, especially the New Testament. I have not heard them raise their voice. I've not heard them go to protest. I've not heard them come out and defend their faith because according to the Bible, Yeshua stands for fairness, equity, and fairness. He said, I've come for the poor, the less privileged, the subjugated. This young man is subjugated. He was beaten up, tortured, extraordinary renditions for speaking what? What they claim they believe in. Let thy kingdom come. Let it be done on earth as it is in heaven. They lost prayer. And yet, they can't defend it. I ask again the question. What are they afraid of? Is it that they don't understand? What happened? Because even in that Bible, Yeshua asked them, when they asked him, when is the kingdom of God coming? He said, if I tell you, the kingdom of God is within you. The kingdom of God has come. He has been here, according to Yeshua. But because people's eyes are blinded, so Biafra has been in existence. Is that what Maz is talking about? I believe him, because it has existed. What we are doing is the restoration of the kingdom of Chukwokika Abiama. Because when you go back to one of the ancient maps of Africa, Bight of Biafra was referred as Garden of Eden. Is that why the conspiracy? Is that the biggest conspiracy? Is it because people don't even believe in what they preach? Are they afraid that because they have gone the wrong way, they're afraid to usher in the kingdom of Chukwokika Abiama? But nobody can change the time and season of God Almighty. The kingdom of God must come. The kingdom of God is here, and it must be restored by IPOB led by Ohamadike One of Biafra land. Thank you all my people for listening. Again, thank you for allowing us to come into your houses one by one. And thank you for being part of this great movement. I yield. And I say, may Chukwokika Abiama continue to protect and guide all of us, inspire us even more. And may we listen, pay attention when we hear that voice, and even ask more questions. Good night, you all.
There, Mother, you've said it all. Dear friends and lovers of freedom, this is where we come to the end of today's program, which will continue. It continues next time. We must continue what we are doing. Do not listen to the voice of the detractors, because they are only going to weigh you down. What we are doing here is to make sure that we continue what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started. We continue to make sure that we are mentally sound in order to restore our new nation. That is all we are doing, because there is no way. Just check. I challenge people. I say, go and make researches. Check the whole advanced countries that are progressing positively. None of them ever, or none of them are indulging in foreign ideology. That is foreign religion. They uphold their values. They are upholding their values. That is one of the things we should understand. Some people are playing down on this mental liberation, that it is not important or it's not the main problem. No, that is the main problem, because you cannot advance on foreign. Foreigners are controlling your mindset, and you want to advance as a country. It's impossible. It is impossible unless you indigenize it. The Roman Empire conquered the whole of Europe, and pushed them, imposed their Christianity on them as their culture. They just changed the name of their tradition and call it Christianity. That is the only thing that they did. Nothing more. Not that they did any other thing, just the name, what they have been doing before, but they just changed the name. Only, nothing more. So it's very easy. Very, very easy. But the time came as countries were breaking up from the grip of Roman Empire. The European countries, they started indigenizing their own that Christianity, making it being orthodox from the central Roman Church. Because when look at, I don't know, look at Ukraine today. You know, before they were part of Soviet Union. Because of this problem, you know what? I don't know whether they have done it. They want to even because they were practicing the same Orthodox, Christianity, Orthodox Church, Russian Orthodox Church. But Ukraine said they are going to break from the Russian Orthodox Church and make it their own, so that they will not be answerable to Russia, in their religious Christian ideology. And people think that this thing is you are downgraded, that it is not important. You know, that is why sometimes our leaders say the way in this is a reason. Something of much importance. That is independence, cultural independence. That is what it means. Because you cannot tell me how you can be progressing, advancing as a people with diverse types of Christian religion in your land. You are answerable to Rome. Some part are answerable to England. Some are in Germany. Some part are answerable to Russia. Some parts are answerable to different America, Canada. So what? How are you going to be unified? Tell me. It is something they did to our people, the missionaries. They divided us, turned the criminals into our land. They said that these are those that God called. The God have forgiven you, so you don't need to apologize to anybody. You don't need to go and do practice your tradition. Or tradition of purification or penance again. It is against the law of God, their own Christianity. So they turned us against ourselves, and people are saying that it is not important. Do you see the reasoning or reasoning capacity? Very poor. These are the main fabrics of what is holding us. You know, like Wada said, our ordinala, our value made it akajaja butrono manu. That is, you have to work hard in order to do what? To progress. But it is Christianity that came. People will not see all this thing. It brought this magic of just once you sow, pay tithe, you sow seed, and don't worry, you progress. You have miracle in your life. And you progress, everything will be easy. That is the start of this computer you are seeing. You understand? We didn't have it in our land before. Oh, mostly Pentecostal churches, fire and brimstone. Once you can pray, you see people, a grown-up human being, father of somebody, lying down in pools of dirty water in the street. Say he's praying, commanding power, and you say, what type of mentality is this? This is what we are doing, this intoxication of our minds, so that we go back to our values and we have unity and peace, so that we have one mind, one mindset, so that you don't have any other thing that is bigger than this our Biafra restoration. This our religion. There is nothing somebody will touch and it will provoke you. I touch my religion. No, why do you see somebody coming to defend Jesus? Before you know, it become a problem. That these people, somebody say, you people should leave this thing. Otherwise, you people want to scatter this Biafra struggle. How do you want to scatter it? How? Just tell me how. Just imagine, if you believe on something, there's no problem about it. But Biafra is our religion. It's supposed to supersede every other belief. There should not be anything that will be touched and provoke you into stopping what you are doing or trying to sabotage it. Which means, even if you join and we did it, you are pretending. When we restore Biafra, there is something that will If they approach you, foreign agents approach you in order through your religion, because you become a weak point, a weak link. If they use maybe you are overall pastor or pope or bishop, anything you can call it, they can approach you through that and tell you that this is the work of God. Do this, do this, do this, do this. You will agree, because it's the head of your religion. It's more than your nation, Biafra. That is it. That is the reality about it. So let us continue this fight. There are many, a green snake in a green grass, and sometimes because the rendition of our leader opened up many things for us to understand, to see the mindset of many people, which we never even thought about. They all manifested and continue manifesting. Now we know our leader must be released. That is it. There is no two ways about it. He must be released, and released safe and sound, without anything. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Religion is supposed to be the means of peace, attaining peace. But in practicality, in reality today, every religion has got a base of fundamentalism and involved in terrorism. Can he not make an attempt to create a new world order where there is